Preface of Living with Our Children, a book of little essays for mothers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. Preface. Since the little essays in this volume may seem to many too simple to deserve publication, the author begs the privilege of accounting for their existence. A mother and grandmother herself, she has, by virtue of her past experiences as teacher and training teacher, frequently been called upon to speak before mothers' clubs and parent-teacher associations. The questions, perplexities, and discouragements which have been submitted to her afterward both publicly and privately have brought home to her the absolute pathos of the situations in which most parents sooner or later find themselves through inexperience and the eagerness with which they avail themselves of the chance to counsel with those who they feel can help them. These perplexities come to fathers and mothers alike, but more frequently and insistently to mothers, since their days are spent in more constant association with their children. Sometimes there is no elderly adviser at hand. Sometimes the one consulted seems to have had no parallel experience. Sometimes the books read seem too theoretical, too remote from the reader's commonplace everyday problems. Yet somewhere there is a wealth of experience to draw upon. Somewhere there is a clue to the right way of doing. It is hoped that the very simplicity and homeliness of method of this book may help eager, devoted, perplexed parents to realize that similarity in apparent diversity which underlies the experiences of different people, to perceive more clearly that the small affairs of childhood are really very large in their significance, and that our way of dealing with them concerns far more than the present moment. Hoping that a lifetime spent in teaching, living with, and writing for children has enabled the author more perfectly to understand them and their problems, and that this understanding may be passed on through the medium of the printed page. She sends her little essays forth with no further apology. She does, however, wish to acknowledge her indebtedness to Mrs. John B. Martin of Grand Rapids, Michigan, for the beautiful short prayer compiled of Bible verses. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Living with Our Children, a book of little essays for mothers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. Enjoying the Job. There is work that is work. There is play that is play. There is play that is work. There is work that is play. In one of these lies your happiness. Find it. The job may be a big one, or it may be small. It may be one to be accomplished under the scrutiny and criticism of the public, or it may consist of laborious days in obscurity. It may be one of intensive work against time, or it may require slow and steady devotion through many years. These details may vary, and yet our job is sure to have many elements in common with that of the other person who seems to be so differently situated. White bread is white bread, even though the ingredients vary somewhat in proportion and the methods of handling the dough are dissimilar. The great thing is to have the resulting loaves all that they ought to be. In one way or another, we generally qualify for our new tasks by more or less systematic training. The bookkeeper has his course in business college. The stenographer progresses from the simple loops and pothooks to the rapid intricacies of practical shorthand. The daughter in the home begins with the making of easy dishes and plain underwear, and learns by slow degrees until she can serve elaborate dinners and turn out party gowns. But for the most important and delightful work that is required of human beings, the care of their children, there is very little advanced training. There are, it is fortunately true, more and more books dealing with the physical care of infants and older children, books which tell all sorts of more or less intimate details in the simplest of language. These supplement or replace the tuition of the nurse, whose departure, when the baby is a few weeks old, is apt to leave the young parents quite awed and overwhelmed by their unwonted responsibility. There are also the old-fashioned doctor books, which one knows better than to follow in the treatment of disease, but which describe ailments with such convincing accuracy that the panic-stricken young mother can generally make sure that her heir has not the particular illness which she had feared. All these publications are helpful to many who are treading new paths of perplexity, but when the physical well-being of the firstborn is assured, there remain a new set of problems which are even more baffling, and for which, queerly enough, our experiences in home and business world do not seem to have fitted us. We find that this attractive little person has personality, that his will is not always a reflection of our own, that he finds pleasure in things which do not appeal to us in the least, that his mental processes are not as ours. We bathe him and feed him and provide him with suitable clothing, but something still remains undone. We begin to suspect that there is more to the business of bringing up children than we had foreseen, and we have not always an intimate and experienced counselor at hand. If then there is some way of taking counsel with books, if our problem, which seems so intensely personal and peculiar, has yet much in common with those which others have solved, is there not some way in which we may grip the principles involved and work out our own solution more quickly and happily? There are certain questions which we do well to consider, questions which have to do with all kinds of employment, no matter how great their superficial differences. First, is the job worth while? It is. There is nothing in all creation so fine as a thoroughly fine human being. Whether one considers the scriptural order of creation or the relative importance at the present moment of all that exists, the climax is the fine human being. And fine human beings are the result of many influences and much care, the most constant and potent of which come from the parents. Is it necessary? It is. The child cannot bring himself up from the time he is weaned, as a young animal does. Is it dignified? It is, in spite of the fact that many undignified and menial duties must contribute to its success. There is no royal road to any fine accomplishment. New continents are won, new elements are conquered by tedious drudgery, which we often forget when the achievement is complete, and by faithfulness to many grimy and uninteresting details which are redeemed from being commonplace by the end which they subserve. Are we well equipped to succeed with our new responsibilities? Probably not at the outset, but what of that? We can develop ourselves as we go along. The great thing is to realize our own inadequacy and determine to remedy it. We can learn the wise conservation of physical strength, can broaden our mental outlook by taking thought, and can deepen our spiritual life by reading and by association with those who are spiritually strong. Too many of us think that we cease to develop when children come to make their many imperative demands upon our strength and time. That is the mistake. There is no education in the world to equal it, always provided that we have in our hearts the desire to measure up to our opportunities. It was not idly ordained that our strongest instincts should lead us towards our most rigorous training. It is not a training in the accomplishments of the drawing-room, nor is it so much a delving into the learning of past ages to which we are invited. It is an education for life itself, the deepening and vitalizing of every ability which we have, the fullest unfolding of many aspirations which budded in our youth and may flower in middle age. It is learning to live the most perfectly rounded life there is. And last of all, does it pay? It does most gloriously. No work is enjoyable or profitable if undertaken in the wrong spirit or done half-heartedly. To one, however, who will accept the responsibility and enter heartily into the developing companionship of his children, there comes from day to day the sweetest of compensations for old pleasures forsaken and new tasks assumed. There comes a satisfaction in giving back to the race a return in kind for the training he has received, and in passing on the torch. There comes, too, in spite of weary days, and sometimes sleepless nights, a certain youthfulness of heart possessed only by those adults who have truly learned to live with their children. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concerning teasing. Normal children reason fairly well concerning matters in their own little world. If they want a certain thing which seems especially desirable to them, why should they not ask for it? They do. If they do not receive it for the first asking, why should they not ask again? They do. And as long as there is a chance that persistence will bring them the coveted object, they persist. That is perfectly natural. Regarded in one way, it is even commendable. Whence would the world draw its supply of canvassers, promoters, even reformers, if there were no such thing as reward for persistence? One logical feature of the case which we sometimes overlook is that the requests persist because there is a chance of success. No canvasser wastes his time talking vacuum cleaners to a housewife who already has a perfectly satisfactory one. No promoter squanders those hours which are money to him on a man who has nothing to invest. Reformers discern the points at which they can accomplish most, and turn their energies there. If there is absolutely no chance of success, why expend one's energies in fruitless endeavor? They do not. If there is absolutely no chance of success, why should a child tease? He does not. At least, he does not after he has proved the matter to his own satisfaction. Of course, he tries the method out pretty thoroughly before drawing his conclusions. We all would. Conclusions are worthless unless based on ascertained facts. And of course, they may be reversed later if the facts are altered. He may find that teasing never works with his father. Then he stops teasing his father. He may find that it does work with his mother. If so, he continues to tease. Why not? Or he may find that when she is well and not too hurried, he cannot harass her into conceding to him that of which her judgment disapproves. But that, when she is half ill or rushing to make a train, he can do so. In that case, he acts accordingly. Or perhaps new members come into the household, guests, uncles or aunts, perhaps grandparents. It is noticeable that grandmothers have the reputation of being particularly docile under the machinations of their descendants. Instantly, there begins a more or less unconscious testing of power on the part of the child. Why not? His way seems good to him. Why should he not try to establish it? If he succeeds, we sometimes hear a perplexed little mother say, "I do not see what has come over Willie of late. He never used to tease at all, but lately he has been very naughty about it." There are all sorts of problems connected with the right rearing of our children. Some of them require for their solution all the intelligence that we have. Some appear to take more than we have. It is a great comfort to find one perfectly simple to deal with, for teasing is. If we take time to consider the first request fairly and give the answer distinctly, it is unjust to both the child and ourselves to change the decision unless some new element arises to alter the situation. If he learns that the first decision is to stand, learns it not from assertions of the fact but from its standing, teasing will cease. Fortunately for all of us, human nature is so constituted that it yields to whatever is proved to be inevitable. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On having to mind. Imagine yourself small, young, and weak in comparison with those with whom you live, yet full of energy and longings for all sorts of fascinating things in which they, strangely enough, seem to take no personal interest. Imagine wanting to take all sorts of bewitching, shining, or brightly colored objects in your eager hands and being constantly admonished with a stern "No, no," or balked by having things which you have obtained by surreptitious climbing snatched from your very grasp by a person at least twice your height and many times your strength. Imagine having this sort of thing happen hour after hour, day after day, week after week, month after month, and, with some variations in objects and methods, year after year. Would you not sometimes rebel? Might you not sometimes make faces at your parental nemesis, or even when tired or hungry, kick and scream or conceivably strike out? Would that not be a perfectly reasonable proceeding from your own point of view? And would it not impress you as the height of injustice that you should be scolded, shaken, possibly even spanked for this perfectly reasonable proceeding? Yet precisely this situation arises in every home where a little child is being brought up. In a few homes where children simply grow up, following all their primitive impulses, demolishing more or less of the breakables around them, falling asleep on the floor when tired, nature asserts herself, and receiving various enlightening burns when they play with fire, in these latter homes it may not. The question is, what are we going to do about it? For their own protection, children must learn to respect certain prohibitions. They must learn to mind. Let us consider the problem of obedience from the beginning. As long as the child is merely a little animal with no wants save those of food, warmth, and rest, the problem does not dawn upon us. We expect no more of him than of any other little animal. We do our part, and he does his. Temptations in the way of bric-a-brac do not approach him, and he cannot approach them. But he begins to creep, and instantly the ever-growing problem is ours. If he were a little tropical baby, we should not have to worry about his disarranging the sand or shattering the stones. He would have no domestic animals to abuse, and if he should extend his investigating spirit to some prowling wild beast, well, the problem would very shortly resolve itself with the assistance of the wild beasts, and we should have more time to devote to his numerous little brothers and sisters. That is parenthood in the tropics. That in a different environment, but with the essential problem unchanged, is parenthood in the Arctic or among primitive people anywhere. But we, fortunately or otherwise, are civilized. We dwell in houses, we use artificial heat and light, we have upholstered furniture, we have curtains, we have almost infinite number of things which are really non-essential to the vital processes of life. Naturally, the thing which exists for ornament is precisely the thing which first attracts the little person who is just beginning to find that he has a radius of activity. The inevitable happens, and we begin to look fierce, shake our heads, and say, "No, no." Now, what is the fundamental difficulty? It is that we have to teach a child all the restraints of an established civilization. This task is complicated by the fact that, owing to the lack of a nursery and a nursery attendant in the average home, the child, while yet too young to reason or fully to understand, is surrounded by a really vast number of temptations which he is too young to successfully withstand. Here begins a conflict of wills, which often persists up to and through adolescence. A feeling of division of interest, a conviction on the part of the child that he is constantly dictated to and punished by his parents, who are themselves accountable to nobody. There will always be many occasions in which absolute obedience must be required. There will always be a certain number of conflicts of will. These are inevitable. The child cannot easily get the adult's point of view because he has never been an adult. The parent should try to understand the child's point of view, and having been a child, the obligation to do this is a perfectly fair requirement. It is not beneath the dignity of a parent to explain why he must ask the child to yield his way. At the same time, it is not always possible to explain. As soon as a child is old enough to comprehend a little simple reasoning, it helps if he can be made to feel that, although frequently given the reason for a request, he cannot always be. Sometimes there are reasons which little people cannot understand, and sometimes there is not time to explain. Soldiers and policemen and nurses and many other grown people who are really very important often have to do things instantly when they have no idea why they are asked to do so. That always helps, especially if some concrete example of this fact is recalled to his mind. The thing that grinds the worst in this apparent autocracy of parents is the fact that the child thinks that grown-ups never have to mind anybody. That is a perfectly natural error on his part, and a mischief-making one. It is only fair that as soon as he is old enough to comprehend the reasoning, it should be presented to him somewhat as follows. Do you think that only children have to mind? That is a mistake, you see. Haven't you heard me tell the cook what to have for dinner? And haven't you noticed that she serves what I asked her to? Father tells the furnace-man how he wants things managed in the basement, and the furnace-man always minds. Father goes down to the office every day, and then he has to mind the man who pays him for working there. We are not there to see and hear it, but it is true. When I was a little girl, I had to mind older people, even though I did not know why, and when I grew as tall as grandfather and grandmother, I still minded them, for they had lived much longer than I, and knew much more about things than I did, and they were my parents. I still do, as I know they wish me to, even though they are not here to speak to me, and that is one kind of minding. Everyone has to mind somebody else at times. We all have to mind the laws which have been made by the government. Even if we do not understand why they were made, we have to mind them, and it is better so. And then, we all have to mind God. Some foolish and wicked people think it is not necessary to do so, but they are always punished in one way or another for their disobedience. There is always trouble of some sort when people do not mind those whom they should mind. You just watch and see if grown people do not have to mind also, and then we will talk this over again. People who have not learned to mind are not safe. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Laughter. At one of our great national conferences of social work, a well-known social worker asked the honest opinion of his companions at lunch as to whether they had ever heard him laugh. "I was shocked recently," he said, "to overhear my children discussing whether I ever laughed. They decided that I did not. I asked my wife and the staff in my office the next day, and none of them could remember my laughing, although they admitted having seen me smile several times. It has become a serious question with me, for if the sorrows and anxieties of my work have robbed me of my power to laugh, so that to my wife and children I am a constantly grave presence, I must in some way achieve a change." That man had the right idea, and it might be elaborated much more than was then done, for his wife, children, and co-workers were not the only losers in his gravity. He himself was also impoverished. Laughter is a most invaluable element in life. It is to our drab days what a ray of sunshine is, bursting through the clouds of dreary March weather. It, like courtesy, is a lubricant, making the domestic machinery run more smoothly. It lessens the tension of overwork and nervous strain. It beguiles the weary. It may be made an agent of reform, for many a small wrong can be laughed out of existence when heavier methods would fail. It is a basis of friendship, a healer of breaches. You cannot hate a man wholeheartedly after you have laughed with him, you know. Don't you remember how, in his Vailima Letters, Stevenson tells of finding himself while at a native dance vis-a-vis to a certain Samoan official whom he despised, and whom he had been trying to have removed, and how the absurdity of the surroundings struck them at the same moment, so that their eyes met in mutual amusement, and after that they danced and capered for each other all evening. Fortunately, no normal child needs to be taught how to laugh. He knows far better than his seniors. Life has not yet turned down the corners of his mouth often enough to incline them to stay down. He will laugh whether we do or not. He will laugh over things that are funny, over things which he thinks are funny, and over things which are not funny at all, save that they happen in a place where gravity is expected, as when a bird flies in through the window of a hushed and solemn church. He will laugh anyhow, you see. The question is whether his companionship of laughter is to include his parents or be limited to his playmates and a discerning teacher or two. That is for us to decide. Of course, it may cost us some of our fictitious dignity, but that is a negligible loss. Real dignity is the result of character and cannot be lost unless the character itself is debased. Anyone whose esteem is worth possessing recognizes this fact. Romps and frolics are as good for the tired businessman as for his 6-year-old. Jokes of the absurd, childish, grotesque kind are wholesome for the busy homemaker and for her small daughter alike, so long as they are always kind jokes. There are too many people whose original jokes are always either unkind or untrue. It is well to teach our children, while they are still small, that the misfortunes of others, especially their physical or mental defects, should never be made the subject of ridicule, and that practical jokes which cause annoyance are always wrong. There are plenty of other things to laugh about. Many of our newspaper cartoons are most objectionable in the way of making misfortunes a subject of jest, or in treating flippantly a matter which is most grave, like the evasion of the law. But other cartoons are fine and wholesome, good for the family to enjoy together around father's armchair. And then there are the little quips and turns by which unpleasantness is changed to laughter, like deciding which of the 2 little brothers shall have the first chance at a new plaything, by ordaining that the one who can stand the longer on one foot shall be so favored, even when the participants begin the contest, frowningly. If they are standing face to face, the funny contortions of each are sure to make the other grin, and after that happens, the possession of the plaything does not seem to matter so much. In fact, it is sometimes forgotten altogether in the fun of trying it over again. Nonsense? Of course! But forestalling a quarrel is something more than nonsense, and so is the companionship of laughter, which usually includes a parent who is stealing a minute from work to umpire the contest. This sort of thing takes much less time than settling out-and-out disputes and punishing one or more participants. Moreover, it keeps us grown-ups young and approachable. We gain while giving in our frolics as well as in our philanthropies. Let us laugh with our children. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Motives. Why do we do this or that? Why do we refuse to do the other? Being mature and busy, it is not often that we consciously weigh our motives. We know instinctively that this venture is not for us because we are too weak, too poor, too much occupied, or too poorly equipped by training or education. Besides, it may be inexpedient for a score of different reasons, or it may be wrong. Or we may know instinctively that the new task calling us is one which, for at least one of a score of possible motives, we must perform. Being normal human beings, neither neurasthenics nor introspective novelists, we decide and go on, and the matter is usually a closed incident from that moment. We do not realize how much habit has to do with our decisions, nor on how many years of experience they are based. Neither do we often consider how much our elders had to do with the forming of those habits and the shaping of our experiences. But when it is our turn to pass on to the next generation what has been done for us, we feel peculiarly awkward, self-conscious, and incompetent. Our small son asks us, "Why must I do this?" And we say, "Papa says you must," or "Because Mama wants you to." And at once we are perplexed by some new whys. Papa says you must. Is Papa then just a big, strong person to be minded because he is big and strong and his son is not? Is he to be minded because when children do not mind him, they are likely to have unpleasant experiences, privileges cancelled, punishments received? There is perhaps a stage of development when this motive, fear, must be appealed to, but it is the poorest of all possible ones, and not to be used if avoidable. Because Mama wants you to. Mama seems to the child to have queer and unreasonable whims, most inconvenient to gratify. Why should her preferences outweigh those of the child whom she professes to love? That is the way in which this immature reasoning will run. It does not strike him as fair, but he loves her, and she is really good to him, so he makes the concession purely as a personal favor. This is better than doing it from fear. The hope of a caress is always better than the dread of a spanking, for several reasons. Suppose the answer to the child's first why has been, as it too often is, "What would people think of you if you did that? It isn't pretty or nice to do such things." That is an appeal to the wish for popularity, and we all like to be popular. Moreover, it implies that public opinion is worth taking into account, as it often is. Yet it has at least two disadvantages. Frequently repeated, it is the foundation for self-consciousness and sometimes of hypocrisy. If the situation seems to demand some such expedient, it were better to couch the answer in different words. It would disappoint Aunt Jessie and Cousin David and Mr. and Mrs. Blank if you were to do so, I am sure. They would expect something better of you. And in such a reply is a subtle appeal to the perfectly justifiable longing for the respect of those whom the child respects and loves, and who yet stand quite outside of the matter than under discussion. You see, it is a step higher in its implication. Or suppose the first why had been answered thus: "It will make you a great deal of trouble if you do that. Even if Papa and Mamma do not punish you, things will go wrong with you. You will take cold and be ill, or you will have an accident on that dangerous hill if you insist on coasting there." This is an appeal to self-interest, something which we all have to take into the reckoning to some extent as long as we live, and which is not evil in itself, but only when it is allowed to obscure our interest in others. So here we have 4 possible motives instanced. There might be others, but these are the most common. What is wrong with them? They are neither base nor malicious, and yet all 4 reasons are open to criticism, and are at best but makeshifts with which to tide over in emergencies until the child can be made to feel the appeal of a higher one. Analyze them, and you will find a flaw in every one, a something that leaves a thinking adult vaguely dissatisfied even when he carries his point by using it. A motive to satisfy and endure must be one binding on all classes and not merely on a favored few. It must have the element of permanence, not be valid today and invalid tomorrow. It must appeal to timid and courageous alike. It must operate equally well in solitude or in society. It must take an account of the other person as well as the one who makes the decision. It should leave one satisfied with a sense of comfortable finality after the decision is made, and there is only one motive which will fulfill all these requirements. We must teach our children to do right because it is right. You think it is not always easy to know what is right? Not always, of course, but much easier than most people are willing to admit, if they but put aside all other concerns in their endeavor to see their duty. Our first impression in any matter is usually correct. Subsequent considerations are usually, not always, given to finding a way to avoid doing what we secretly know we should do. And in any case, we are called upon only to do the right as God gives us to see the right. If we do this after acquainting ourselves with all the elements of the situation, we have done our part and can rest easy, whatever the result may be. Knowing this, we should, as early as possible, lead our children to see the dignity and peace of doing right because it is right. There is no other motive so satisfying, so unimpeachable, so strong. Lincoln knew this. Recall his debates with Douglas, and how he over and over again met arguments as to the inexpediency of abolition with declarations as to the impossibility of settling great issues merely as a matter of expediency. Over and over again he reverted to his great and unanswerable argument that if human slavery were wrong, no expediency, no legislation could ever make it right. He aligned himself with the power that rules the world, whether or not his public agreed with him, and how he was vindicated. If we wish to leave our children the richest of all heritages, when we can no longer walk with them to guide and to counsel, let us leave them the habit of doing the right, as it is given them to see the right. For then we leave them a great legacy of tranquility, honor, and power. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fatigue problems. Save under most exceptional circumstances, one does not attain the happy dignity of grandmotherhood without a very thorough knowledge of the complications, both physical and emotional, produced by fatigue. Indeed, fatigue does not express it all, for it is frequently exhaustion. Few are the mothers who cannot recall the weary stretches of time when the days and nights seemed to be merged in a new and bewildering fashion, when one was sleepy all day going about the domestic tasks mechanically, the body fairly numb from lack of rest, and the mind tense with anxiety for the sick child in the next room. Then a night's rest had come to mean only the short intervals of sleep snatched between doses of medicine, the stealing about in slippers to avoid disturbing other members of the family, the unreasonable relief when a faint streak of light began to redden the eastern sky, the comfort of hearing a kindly voice ask, "Did he rest fairly well last night?" Under these circumstances, Fatigue is less a problem than a recognized and inevitable fact. One may be tousled, haggard, generally unkempt, even downright unreasonable and irritable, and one is exempt from criticism. The emergency is adequate excuse. There is nothing to be done about it but to carry on. The real problems of fatigue in the child's home are the everyday ones, and quite frequently it is not realized until years afterwards that it was primarily fatigue which made the trouble. We apologize for the baby, of course, when he misses his nap and becomes fretful. We make allowances for the 5-year-old who enters flushed and irritable from long activity in the hot sun. But when a child has one of those exasperating, nerve-wearing attacks of asking questions which we know he could answer perfectly well himself, it does not strike us that it may be an indication, as it frequently is, of his being too tired to do his own thinking. Such a situation calls for extra consideration, not reprimands, and the treatment indicated is an early supper and undressing for bed, with permission to look at picture books there for a while, it being distinctly understood that this is because he is tired, not because he is naughty. It is wise to have children realize that it is difficult to be pleasant and reasonable when overtired, and that they must guard their words and actions with especial care then. It is also good to have them feel a certain responsibility in the matter of becoming overtired. Of course, everybody has to overwork sometimes. Father and mother both do, and it cannot be helped. They just have to make the best of it and try all the harder to be patient when that is so. But they do not mean to play too hard, and you ought to be careful about doing so. Play can be put off, until another day. Work cannot always be. So there is more excuse to be made for people tired and unreasonable from overwork than for those who overplay. You can see how it is. Somebody has to get the meals and take care of the house and do the mending, and someone has to open the store and sell the goods which people need, but nobody has to play tag in the hot sun all afternoon. Why not admit, in the emergencies which cannot be avoided, that we are human, tired, and especially likely to be irritable? One gains nothing by assuming that he is as well poised as usual, and that the causes of ill nature are all external, and one frequently loses the very sweet sympathy and helpfulness of children. It is far better to state the case fairly and ask for especial consideration. "I am very tired tonight, dear. I have been canning fruit all day for the family to enjoy next winter, and the weather has been very hot. I do not mean to be cross at all. I shall try very hard not to be, but you can see just how it is. I had to can the fruit before it spoiled, even if it did tire me too much. So if I should not be so pleasant as usual, please try to forgive me, and please try not to ask me any more questions than necessary." We rob our children of a birthright when we fail to allow them to make their share of sacrifice or to show their share of mutual consideration which is essential to happy family life. When these emergencies arise, there should be no feeling of apology. If they have to leave play and youthful companionship to lend a hand in housework which they are able to perform, and they will not expect apology if it is taken as a matter of course and begun when they are little. Tolstoy was wont to speak often of the companionship of bred labor, that labor which concerns itself with the more primitive processes of life, the providing of the essentials of food, shelter, and raiment, and it is easy to establish this in the home, especially where there are no servants. Companionship in play is necessary, but companionship in work, real work, is no less so. There is no substitute for it. Without it, there can be no true comprehension of the lives of the workers, either in the home or outside, no sense of their value to the world, no idea of the solid satisfaction and dignity of doing a piece of necessary work and doing it well. It is a short-sighted policy which permits many American children of today to tire themselves out with play while their parents exhaust themselves with work, and the companionship of bread labor is unknown. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Embarrassing questions. In the days of our great-grandmothers, or perhaps our great-great-grandmothers, the mention of sex questions was so utterly taboo that it was considered immodest to speak of eggs. People ate them, to be sure, but presumably so disguised in cooking that respectable persons could partake of them without blushing. It must have been a courageous housewife who first ventured to offer one boiled egg in the shell to a guest. Oh, one can imagine her debating the question the previous evening, "Shall I or shall I not?" To be sure, we have them that way once in a while, when only Jedediah and I are at the table, but... And then perchance a spirit of recklessness swept her away, and she braved ostracism by serving that valuable food in its natural form. The next generation had overcome a certain amount of such reticence, at least as far as foodstuffs were concerned, but any mention of domestic animals which implied that they were possessed of sex was still bad form. It apparently required the third generation to reach the point of openly conceding sex to animals, animals which would never have been kept on their farms but for their reproductive value. Undoubtedly, they assured themselves at this point that, after all, it was not as though they were human beings. Youths and maidens were allowed to mature, to court, and to wed, with only such knowledge of life's beginnings as they had been able to absorb from evil-minded playmates, or cajoled from the lips of some reluctant and conscience-stricken parent or aunt. Then there began to appear and be surreptitiously circulated books on sex education, books which parents could obtain and leave upon the bureaus of their adolescents, thereby purchasing immunity from personal conversation on a subject which they shrank from discussing. You see what the trend has been and still is. We decent and clean-minded people have not yet gone far enough. The people of unclean minds go too far. The inevitable result of all this is that the children who have been so carefully shielded from all such information at home are almost certain to get it from contact with less protected children, and get it in a very dangerous and impure form. As matters now stand, most parents have the right idea of giving correct and authoritative information to their children when they are old enough. The present trouble is that they do not recognize when their children are old enough. They lock the barn door after the horse is stolen. The result is they might almost as well leave it unlocked. To carry out the comparison, they may be safeguarding a few harnesses and some feed, but the horse is gone. If nature would only delay the maturing of our children's bodies and minds until we get around to our parental responsibility of sex instruction, it would be much simpler. But Mother Nature does not await our beck, and we might far better heed hers than to stand hesitant and perplexed while the young people grow up. It is an axiom among the most progressive that when a child is old enough to ask a question, he is old enough to have it answered. And this is good practice. There is only one flaw in the method implied. How can you be sure of whom he will ask the first question, or what that question will be? You may be carefully prepared for the most beautiful and wholesome of careful conversations with him, and yet his wandering may impel him to ask quite innocently of some little degenerate those questions which you have been waiting to answer. First impressions are very important things. A mistake like this leaves a stain on his thoughts, which can never be entirely obliterated by later ones. Do not take a chance on anything so vital to your child's purity of life and conduct. If you do, he may come through decent, but with stinging memories of early mistakes growing from that same youthful ignorance which you so carefully preserved. It is not protection enough for young people to know that there is evil in the world and that sin is wicked. There are very few growing up in good homes who intend to do wrong. What such most frequently lack, even after their parents have talked with them with what they consider absolute candor, is the realization that there may be base people in any circle in which they find themselves, and that sin is not so often a matter of deliberate intention as of drifting unawares. It is far better not to wait for that expected significant first question, but to forestall it unobtrusively. If it is done early enough and wisely enough, the child does not recognize it as anything personal to himself and finds nothing embarrassing in it. To him it is all good and pure and awe-inspiring, and the injunctions given can all be, "Do this," instead of, "You should cease to do that." The subject should become a simple matter of course to him, months before passion is likely to awaken in him or in those with whom he plays. These latter are always a part of the problem. It is not as though each family were dwelling on a desert island, you know. Begin with the development of seeds in the ovaries of large and familiar flowers, and show how the pistil which is above the ovary has to be fertilized with pollen from the stamens before the seeds can begin to mature. Just the barest smattering of botanical knowledge will suffice for this, and there need be no hushed and private conferences about it. Come back to the subject once in a while for weeks, examining different flowers, and never pursuing it long enough for his interest to flag. Meanwhile, ask your librarian to give you or recommend to you some simple book which deals with reproduction in the various forms of life in the ascending scale between fishes and human beings, so you can familiarize yourself and pass on the same sort of information in regard to them that you did in regard to flowers. Do not wait until the emergency is upon you, and you have to do it hurriedly and badly. Remember Pascal's wise saying, "He who foresees rules," and prepare for it while yet it is afar off. Be ready to avail yourself of the opportunities as they present themselves in the shape of sticklebacks, frogs, nesting birds, and other entrancing out-of-door folk to whom the child is instantly drawn. One summer, wisely used, should give a child a beautiful, great background of understanding of the story of reproduction in the various forms of animal life, so that when he first begins to wonder where he came from, the truth comes to him either from another human being or by intuition, with no shock whatever. In fact, it is often the best way to mention the expected birth of some little relative or some reminiscence of his own babyhood with a casual assumption that he already understands about it. Perhaps fate will play into your hand about this time with a litter of kittens or some other wee animals, and while the miracle of it all is still fresh and entrancing to him, you can lead up to the last stage of the story of life. Isn't it interesting, dear, to see how the baby mice all lie in the same position when they are newly born? You understand why that is, do you not? Why, it is simply because they were in the habit of lying in that position before they were born. After a little, they will lie in different positions. You see, before they were born, while they were still being carried about by their mother, each was cuddled into a smooth little shape with all the sharp parts folded down so that he could be carried more comfortably. His tail was folded forward between his hind legs and lay along his belly. His hind legs lay on either side of it, his ears were laid forward close to his head, and his dainty little forefeet were folded close to his curled-down face. Such things are so very, very wonderful, so rather sacred, if you know what that means. They are not to be joked about, you know, nor talked about loudly and carelessly when many people are around. Mothers understand more about them than any other people in the world, and fathers understand the next best. So if you ever get to wondering about such things, and want to ask questions, will you ask one of us? If you ask us anything we do not know, we will find it out for you, and whatever we tell you will be absolutely true. Do not ask the other children, for they will not be able to tell you so well as we, and some of them would have some very wrong ideas about it. Besides, such things are too sacred for common talk. They are to be talked about quietly between parents and children, more like a secret between them. You will remember this, won't you, dear? It is just for us, for the present. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gentle Art of Managing. There was once a young girl, now a grandmother and writer of books, who had the mumps. When she was at the very acme of discomfort and disfigurement, an especially selected dress pattern was sent up for her approval, and she flouted it. She disliked the texture and the design, and the coloring struck her as simply impossible. It was returned to the shop. When she was quite recovered, she went to that shop to make a selection, saw one dress pattern which seemed ideally suited to her needs, and purchased it on the spot. It proved to be that same one which she had so disliked when ill. The most reasonable of us are unreasonable at times, and the sweetest of us unamiable. We may as well concede that, and having conceded it, we might better remember, with Captain Cuttle, that the bearings of this remark lays in the application of it. To be called a managing mamma is invidious. To be spoken of as a tactful mother is complimentary. But oh, how skillfully the tactful mother has to manage! And the gentle art of managing is exemplified in the family circle, when the end to be gained is unselfish and wholesome, and a fine combination of consideration and common sense. What a pity that we do not think it more worth while to study it! What a pity that we so often reserve our finest tact and our social gifts for those who really mean comparatively little to us, and allow the precious home circle to suffer from our hasty speech, our blunt criticisms, and our thoughtlessness. We know how it feels to be cold, tired, hungry, and cross. Why can we not stop to remember that other people have the same handicaps at times? Why can we not be as quick to remember this when the other person is a child as when he is an adult? For instance, as quickly as when he is a tired businessman who might, if the matter were properly presented to him after dinner, be inclined to take his wife to the theatre. When we are unreasonable, we generally know it, although we may not concede the knowledge. And we do appreciate an extra degree of consideration until we are restored to normal good nature. Children do not comprehend their own unreasonableness, and have to learn to control it as they grow older. We adults are aided in our efforts at self-control far more than we realize by the silent forces of intelligence, habit, and conventionality, none of which yet dominate the child. It may be profitable to summarize some of the most obvious ways in which we can utilize tact in the training of our children. Incidentally, we often train ourselves quite as much, for there is no education like parenthood. 1. It is worse than foolish to raise issues needlessly. Once raised, they must of course be settled, and settled right. There are, however, always so many controversies bound to arise that those which can justly and safely be avoided might better be. 2. If there is a difficult matter to be settled, one regarding which a conflict of opinion is inevitable, it should be deferred, if possible, until a time when both participants are at their best, most amenable to reason. 3. If it is necessary to criticize a child for some naughtiness or stupidity, he will be much more likely to take it in good part if a word of appreciation can truthfully be made to precede mention of what is wrong. He then gives the one criticizing credit for being fair, for being able to see both sides of a matter. You were very careful to put away your coat and cap promptly when you came in from school. I liked it. And now you should put away your rubbers also. Tomorrow, please put them all away before beginning your games. 4. Recognize an attempt to do the right thing, even if it is not immediately successful. Remember a certain little boy who, at the end of a long spell of naughtiness, said, "I guess, mother, that you didn't think that I was trying to be good, but I was. I was trying just as hard as I could. The only trouble was that I didn't succeed." Instant obedience is the ideal, of course, but it has to be achieved by slow degrees, by more and more. One sometimes doubts whether adults answer as quickly to the call of conscience as they do, for instance, to their telephones. 5. Govern by praise rather than by condemnation when you can. Flourishing virtues will conquer the corresponding faults quite as effectively as a close and sturdy growth of shrubs will deter the weeds from growing rampantly in their shade. Wait a bit, if you can, to find a tiny virtue to praise rather than hastily to condemn its corresponding fault. 6. Try to supply a satisfying motive for distasteful tasks. In one household, it has always been the custom for children to have a semi-annual stock-taking of their toys and playthings, when everything must be handed over, put in good condition for keeping or giving away, or else destroyed. These events are thought of as preparations for Christmas and for going to their summer home in the North Woods. The mother always sits by with her sewing, ready to drop a suggestion now and then, or to give advice if appealed to. The litter of old playthings is no problem in that household. 7. If it appears necessary to deny some pleading request, be sure that it really is so. One diplomatic mother was wont to say, "I should like to say yes, but if I have to decide in a hurry, I shall have to say no to be safe. Let me have a little while in which to think. I'll have my mind made up by the time dinner is over." This plan had several advantages. She sometimes found an unforeseen reason for consenting. If she did not, she at least devised some alternative which might be consolatory. Meanwhile, her children, knowing that the decision once made would be final, generally evolved some plan of their own which they could put into effect happily if the request were denied. It was not an uncommon thing to hear those children say, "We are being very quiet so as not to disturb Mother. She is thinking hard and trying to say yes." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The root of evil. Not money itself, you know, but the love of money was said to be the root of all evil, a fact too frequently forgotten by the one who attempts to quote. As the centuries have passed, some of us have from time to time suspected that other qualities might indeed be roots of evil also, yet that is no reason for relaxing our vigilance in regard to the root first named. From the moment when the kindergarten child first clutches a penny in his soft and rosy fist, he moves more or less constantly in the world of finance and has to consider questions of relative values, generosity versus selfishness, thrift and honor, as well as those of dependence and independence. It will not do for us to belittle the importance of these matters at his age. If you have ever watched a group of 4 or 5 very small children in front of a candy counter interviewing a portly and amused dealer behind it, with a view to discovering how best to invest the penny of the eldest, you know that it is indeed a weighty matter. Some of the brightest and most alluring candies are known to melt so quickly in the mouth, while the more durable kinds have a less delectable flavor. And then there is the question of even apportionment to be considered, and that can hardly be solved without having the dealer weigh out a penny's worth and count the pieces. It is a source of amusement to the spectator, an inspiration to the cartoonist, but it is in precisely such situations that our little people get their first training in solving certain problems with which they will be confronted through life. Sometimes, when one thinks about money matters, it seems as though the man who lives up to the right ideals in his methods of getting, spending, and saving money must be nearly perfect, and his ideals begin to shape while he is yet a child. Therefore, it is extremely important early to acquire the right ideals and to have the opportunities to work them out in a small way. Perhaps the best start is made with a modest and regularly paid allowance, which should not be dependent on behavior or anything else, and from which the recipient is required to furnish his own pencils and school tablets during term time, and fish hooks and other minor play expenses during the long vacation. These should leave a small margin for luxuries, and small means pennies, not nickels, at the outset. As the child grows older, the allowance should be increased. This ensures plenty of experience in the weighing of values and learning the lesson of life that for everything gained something must be relinquished. There must be chances given for the earning of other money. Certain regular work must be expected as a matter of course as a child's contribution to the upkeep of the home. But there should also be other work provided as a possible means of revenue, and which should furnish a basis for a rudimentary understanding of the problems of capital and labor. Capital, as represented by the parent, ensuring prompt pay and safe and healthful working conditions, and labor, giving value received in work of as good quality as the laborer's strength and experience warrant capital's requiring of him. If profit-sharing enterprises are undertaken, it is well to beware of any in which the outcome is uncertain. Children do not stand such reverses as loss of capital so well as adults do, so they should not be encouraged to invest their little all in the way of possible savings. It is better for them to invest their labor only in partnerships and to lend the odd dollar out at interest somewhere. There will always be a temptation for the tender-hearted parent to come to the rescue of a youthful spendthrift by lending him money. Harden your hearts, O ye parents, for such stepping in between cause and effect has serious results. It is far better that a child should face the fact that there are penalties to improvidence, while yet his financial problems are those of pennies rather than of dollars. This does not mean that an unforeseeable and wonderful opportunity must be lost for the lack of a small loan. When such occasions come, they should be considered most seriously, and If the funds are lent, there should be the formality of a note made and signed, and that note should be paid. No other should be accepted until it is. There may be found chances for extra earnings, and small payments may be gravely accepted and endorsed on the note, but it should be paid. No teaching by precept will ever so impress the meaning of debt on a child as precisely that experience of having to pay a note. And right there is the opportunity to show the inexpediency of borrowing for a luxury, which is altogether a different thing from borrowing for necessities or for a business investment, as for instance 5 cents worth of popcorn to resell at a profit. There are circumstances, you know, when even such borrowing as that might be a justifiable venture into the realm of finance. It is very difficult to interest a child in saving money which he has earned and banking it for some vague use in some equally vague future. Long plans mean very little to one of tender years, and the result and satisfaction seem so trivial as compared with the toil involved. However, where a child receives gifts of money, it is most satisfactory to establish the custom of spending only a certain portion of the gift for immediate pleasures or possessions, and banking the remainder to grow until he is ready to enter college, to marry, or to make a modest start in business after he is prepared to do so. A very successful elderly man was once asked to give in a single sentence his best maxim for preparing a child for business success, and he replied, "Teach your child what interest means." A small savings account or a few certificates of deposit are great educators in this respect, and most acceptable ones as well. Postal savings are also fine, and the provision in regard to their withdrawal, the requirements of 10 days' notice, is of especial value in checking a prodigal impulse. The long plan should remain a long plan, for once dropped it is difficult to resume it. And so we have to think and contrive, and to interrupt our own work often to inspect that of small employees, or to counsel with small investors, when we should prefer to advance the whole sum from our own none too fat purses. In moments of weakness we envy the careless and open-handed methods of a neighbor, and reflect that her children, indolent and candy-besmeared, would probably consider us stingy. Nevertheless, all this effort is very well worth while, if we but succeed in helping our young people to the right attitude towards money, to respect it for the labor which it represents, to enjoy it for its power to enrich our own lives and those of others whom we love, or who are less fortunate, and to value it for the security which it bestows on those who, having it, know how to invest and care for it, but never, never to love it for itself alone. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. All-Roundness. There is a general and pernicious tendency to consider certain kinds of necessary work as beneath our dignity. Most of us outgrow this tendency more or less completely as we increase in years, and presumably in wisdom, but as a rule we do not outgrow it until it has cost us much inconvenience, expense, and unhappiness. How desirable a thing it would be if our children could start in where we leave off in this matter. We may not be able to accomplish this, but we can at least make a beginning in the right direction. We are all influenced more than we commonly think by the ideals of those whom we love, even when those ideals have been imperfectly attained. If the striving to realize them is recognized as genuine, It carries conviction to the beholder. This is one reason why it is wise to share our aspirations with our children. Another is that it increases the sense of fellowship between the immature, who are so obviously being chiseled into shape, and the mature, who frequently pass as finished products. The confession of a deplored imperfection does not weaken our influence with those whom we are training, rather does it enhance that influence. So in this matter of the work to which we give our time and strength, our attitude of mind toward it has a far-reaching effect on the feeling which our children have towards their various tasks. If we permit ourselves to rebel against that which we must do, our children will also rebel. If we slight a task, they will consider themselves justified in slighting theirs. It is true that circumstances often force all of us to do work for which we are not fitted, for which we have not the muscle perhaps, or the needed preparation, and that is our misfortune, to be born as best may be. The work may be beyond our ability, or it may involve a stepping aside from the path which we had marked out for ourselves and hoped to follow, but that does not mean that it is beneath us. In these days of specialization and mass production of all sorts of articles which were formerly made in the houses, many of us are losing our dexterity and the all-round ability which was the characteristic of our sturdy forebears. This is sometimes necessary, not always, and it is often expedient as the truest economy under certain circumstances, but it is always deplorable, and if, with the manual loss, there is also a losing of respect for all-round ability, our impoverishment is increased tenfold, and in ways which hurt our children more than they do us. To be able capably to do all the things needed for the successful upkeep of a home should be the aim of every little girl. To be handy with tools, able to get simple meals in an emergency, to mend his own garments in a pinch, to know how to plant and care for a vegetable garden, these are most desirable accomplishments for a boy and are a preparation for life which even the wealthy should not despise. Those who can do things well themselves will be better served. The wise and prosperous hotel man, who intends his sons to follow the same interesting and lucrative business, does not despise the day of small things, but starts them in, university graduates though they may be, in the back of the house, in overalls and aprons, to master practical details, and to have borne in on them the fact that the profits of many a hotel go into the garbage can. A capable youth from a small town returned from war service in the Navy, chuckling over the fact that he had suddenly found himself popular and sought out by the sons of millionaires, and when the general curiosity had reached an interesting pitch, he explained it by saying, "You see, we fellows all had to wash our own clothing, and they didn't know how to go about it, but I did." The truth is that the more of the essential processes of life we learn to do, and to do well, the better equipped we are, and there is no foretelling when we may be called on for some of our homeliest accomplishments. The Boy Scouts and the Campfire Girls recognize this, and most of their work is based on this fact. Unfortunately, although this leaven is good, it is a very small amount to leaven the whole mass, and there is no general substitute for the companionship of kitchen and backyard. The French are wiser than we in the matter of finding happiness in their work, whatever that work may be. Too many of us think overmuch of the dollars to be earned or saved by the labor of our hands, and too little of the happiness to be found in the task itself. Then we find ourselves hungry for recreation at the end of the working day, instead of being tranquilly content at home. And the good old group around the reading lamp in the living room is scattered in a restless pursuit of pleasure. How is the servant-keeping mother to manage this training in the homely accomplishments? Is she to discharge her maid and assume all the work herself? It is much easier for the one who has no maid to rear her children as capable and happy workers, yet there is always some way of managing when one is in earnest. When the cook has her afternoon out, permit the children to help in the kitchen, and do not be content to have a meal which is largely prepared by the absentee and needs but to be warmed and served. Allow them to prepare special dishes with which to surprise father, and others of which they are especially fond. These occasions, coming but once a week, make possible all the reviewing required, without too frequent duplication of menu. One busy and resourceful mother early divided her work into two classifications, the interruptible and the uninterruptible, and it was very rarely that her children saw her engaged in the latter. When they were about, she was always approachable and busy, engaged as a rule in work at which they could lend a hand while they chatted together. This gave a chance for the operation of unconscious influence. It was easy, if they were making a bed together, to dignify the task with running comments. Now let us fix this sheet with envelope corners, as the nurses do when they make hospital beds. I will fix one first, and then you see if you can copy it. There, yours looks very well indeed. Perhaps tomorrow morning yours will look quite as well as mine, and the next day, it may look better. I always like to think when I am making a bed how good it will feel at night when a tired person lies down in it to rest and sleep and grow strong for work and play of the morrow. Then, too, if we do a neat job, it looks so pretty during the day. You remember the old verse by George Herbert? A servant with this clause makes drudgery divine. Who sweeps a room as by God's laws, makes that and the action fine. Most of us have discovered this by the time our children are old enough to be useful in the home, but we may not take enough pains to help them discover it. Perhaps the years have increased our means and our longing for personal ease, and it seems too much exertion to revert to the old ways of household work, the simple life in which all took part as a matter of course. One must be reasonable about this, and admit that it is not always practical to revert in this fashion, but let us keep our ideals untarnished and honor useful accomplishment of whatever sort in ourselves and in others, and let us, at least during the years when our children's habits of thought and action are forming, work with them about the home and grounds for part of each day, finding with them what Americans need more than any other people, recompense in work done squarely and unwasted days. Pegasus, the winged steed of fable, was most wonderful, of course, and there is much pity aroused by the thought of Pegasus at the plough. But there must ever be plough horses in this world, and their life is not unmitigated drudgery. They labor shoulder to shoulder with their fellows in doing their master's will, and their food is eaten with the worker's zest. They do not soar as Pegasus does, yet the rich brown earth is wholesome and sustaining, and there are many sweet and refreshing nibbles of grass to be seized at the end of the furrow. Suppose, while we are supposing, that Pegasus should lose some feathers from his wonderful wings and come tumbling to earth. Might he not find comfort among his fellows at the plough? And why should he not occasionally trudge beside them between flights, even though his pinions be intact? If only for the sake of the companionship and the deepening of his sympathies. Think what an incentive it would be to the colts. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sunday afternoons. What a boon it would be to the Orthodox households where there are children if there could be a return to the old-time custom of keeping Sabbath from sundown of Saturday until that of Sunday. To go from one night's sleep to the next without any chance to romp and make unlimited noise, in short, to blow off steam, is rather hard on active boys and girls. Incidentally, it is hard on the adults of the family. The automobile solves the problem for many on pleasant days, as long walks in the country solve the problem on those same days for families who have no car. But the indoor Sundays. There really should be special provision for such times, certain privileges granted then, and never else, unless during illness. The Sunday school book, where that has not become obsolete, and the Sunday school paper do their part very well for a while, but one cannot read too long. Why not have a Sunday cupboard, stocked for emergencies, the key of which is handed over after dinner, and which is locked again for the week at bedtime? In such a cupboard there might well be a transparent slate with a couple of sharp pencils, a box of watercolors with brushes, paper and a small water pan, a bottle of library paste, pictures that are suitable for coloring saved from magazines, a few favorite books in which the illustrations are the chief attraction, a postcard album with the necessary art corners for keeping it up to date, sheets of printed paper dolls from current magazines, together with Bristol board on which to mount them, a simple microscope or a small reading glass, a prism or bits of colored glass, and perhaps an especially attractive Sunday dolly. And do you remember the delight of a surprise when you were little, do you not? When some new toy or trifle is acquired for the children during the week, why not hold it back, if possible a few days, to be discovered on Sunday, when the cupboard is opened? These things are more than mere provision for shut-in Sabbaths, time-killers. They are soon converted into the memories of adult years. It means a great deal afterward whether these adults look back with happiness or with resentment to Sabbath afternoons in the old home. In one case, they will be saying, "How I used to hate Sunday. We couldn't romp out of doors for fear of disturbing the neighbors, and there never seemed to be anything special to do inside. Father didn't want to be interrupted when he was reading, and Mother liked to take a nap after dinner, and that was no fun for us at all." In the other case, it will be, "Our Sunday afternoons were the best of all when we were small. Our dinners, I know now, were really quite simple and easily prepared, but there was always some little extra, like pretty fruit jelly or cracked nuts which we could carry in to eat by the living-room fireplace. Once we had oranges and bananas served whole, and Mother had drawn a funny face on each with a brush and black watercolor or ink. And then after dinner we were given the key to the cupboard if we had to stay indoors, and while Mother slept and Father read his latest magazine or book in the library, we youngsters used to amuse ourselves with the playthings which we had not had during the week. Sometimes We had a tray supper by the fire, and toasted our bread over the coals or popped corn there. I'll never forget those happy afternoons when we were all together, and Sundays now always seem to carry me back there for a while when the twilight settles down. Remember what a wise person said long ago: make a child happy now, and he will be happy 20 years from now in recalling it. It is an interesting experiment to recall the pleasant incidents of our own childhood which linger vividly in our own memories. After making allowances for the intoxicating delight of our first circus, our first railroad journey, and a few other thrillers of youth, it will be found that the greater part of the pictures on memory's wall are those of very simple and homely household joys. That will not be true of so large a proportion of today's over-sophisticated young people, but it may be true for those whose parents have the vision and the consecration to provide home pleasures and fireside comforts worth treasuring. Somehow it seems natural for us to forget how inevitably and swiftly our children mature, and how short a time is vouchsafed us in which to provide the habits and traditions which are to be a real comfort and safeguard for their later years. We are apt to be forever trying to catch up with them instead of leading them. We begin to comprehend our 6-year-old when he is 7, and our 7-year-old when he is 8, and the results are not good. It is not so when mothers make dresses for their little girls. Dresses have provisions for letting down and letting out. If the fabric is fine, we may even make it with a definite idea how it can later be made over in combination with other material. It would be better if in the intellectual and spiritual worlds we were to keep more constantly in mind the idea that although we are working with little children, our real aim is the raising of fine men and women whose lives shall be the perfect flowering of a healthy, happy, sane, and wholesome childhood. For such there must be tender and enriching memories of happiness within the 4 walls of home, and of respect for the customs and the days held sacred by our nation. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wherewithal shall we be fed? A frequent guest in an American household wandered into the kitchen and expressed her pleasure when she found the Japanese cook preparing her favorite dish for dinner. She said, "I'm so glad you are making that, Yama. I am very fond of it." After his courteous response, she noticed a queer little smile on his inscrutable Oriental face, and pressed him for the reason of it. The reply was worth remembering. "You American people are so funny. You eat things because you like the taste of them. In Nippon we eat things because they are good for us." Evidently, in Japan, there is not to be seen the all too familiar spectacle of a mother vainly imploring her child to eat vegetables before beginning his dessert, or dividing 2 boiled eggs in such a way that her daughter may eat both whites while her son eats both yolks. Now, when did all these dietary vagaries begin to creep into the life of young America, and how can they be overcome? Can you imagine the small Puritans turning up their English-descended noses at the brown bread and the parched corn, and then being permitted to fill their youthful stomachs with sweets in order that they might not start off hungry to their school? Indeed you cannot. Or can you imagine the children of Midwestern pioneers being coaxed with maple sugar, the only sweet they had ever seen, when they disdained bread and milk? Again, no. As for that, there would have been much more excuse for such truckling on the part of those early-day parents than there is for us, for in those days balanced rations were unheard of. Proteins, fats, and carbohydrates had apparently not been discovered, and calories and vitamins had no recognized existence. If they sinned in these respects, they did so without knowledge, whereas we have only to dispatch postcards to the state health commissioners, and the United States Department of Agriculture to receive enough gratuitous instruction on all these subjects for the correct feeding of the whole family. When we received them, what then? One mother of 3, who ranged in age from 6th grade to college freshman, submitted her problem to a nutrition expert, and then remarked quite pathetically, "Yes, I can provide the vegetables, but how can I induce the children to eat them?" The first step, naturally, is to instill in the mind of the yet unspoiled child an understanding of the functions of food, or to bring back the mind of the spoiled child to an appreciation of that function. Every bit of our bodies has to be built out of what we eat and drink. No amount of money or work will give us the right sort of strong, comfortable, good-looking bodies unless we send just the right sort of material down our throats into our stomach. It is there, you know, that the change from food into bones, muscles, and so forth begins. You cannot build a brick house out of wood, and you cannot build a wooden house out of brick. Although you might have wooden doors in your brick house and brick chimneys in your wooden one, for any kind of building you need the right materials and just enough of each, and you need to have it delivered at the time when it is to be used. When men are building a house, they have to have some stone and some mortar, and some wood and some nails and some glass and some building paper and some hinges and some doorknobs. When you are building your body from a baby's body into a fine, great, strong man's or woman's body, you need meats, eggs, milk, starchy food like bread, potatoes, and cake, and plenty of vegetables and fruits. You need just enough of each, and you need some of each every day. It is father's business to earn the money with which to buy food, mother's to see that it is well prepared and ready on time, and yours to eat it in the right quantity and in the right way, slowly and carefully. If parents themselves understand the different classes of foodstuff as they should, there's no reason why quite small children should not learn these broad classifications, if they absorb the information casually and happily. Most children feel rather important when they master a fine mouth-filling word like carbohydrates, together with its meaning. The geographical distribution of foodstuff is interesting, and the way in which our ships and freight trains are kept busy in carrying the different kinds of food to places where they are needed. So were the habits of the early Indians, the way in which they had to migrate with the seasons in order to secure the varied supplies that they required for health, and the way in which the early white settlers learned of them. So much of the creation of an intelligent interest. What if when the pony is led to the brink, he will not drink? Find out the reason as quickly as possible with the aid of your doctor, the school nurse, or by consulting some of the many excellent publications on nutrition. Then, when you are sure that no physical cause remains uncured, it resolves itself simply into a question as to whether the parents, mature, experienced, and intelligent, are to decide the diet of their small and willful child, or whether he, in his ignorance, is to say what he will and what he will not eat of the food which they have labored to buy and prepare, whether they will stand spinelessly by and be accessory to his crime. Of course, we do not wish to arouse needless antagonisms, even though we wisely resolve not to coax. If we can carry our point pleasantly, so much the better, although excellent authorities assure us that rather than let a child persist in perfectly unreasonable and injurious habits of diet, it is justifiable to allow him to refuse all food for several days, that it will not undermine his health in the least. One simple expedient is the refusal of dessert or its equivalent dainty until the wholesome but unpopular food which is on the menu for that meal has been eaten. Another plan which has worked extremely well is the ruling that the child shall eat at least 2 mouthfuls of each article of food which is given to him, the most distasteful first. This ensures the aid of an unspoiled appetite for the difficult part of the meal and keeps the way open for cultivating a real liking for it. If you try this method, you will find that the first one and then another article will become popular and can be put on the full portion list. For we are all creatures of habit. It is a bit of diplomacy, also, to have the least popular dishes as a major part of the menu when the child is likely to be ravenous from a fishing trip or any prolonged exercise in the open air. These expedients are tried and good, and are suggested for the benefit of those households where the children have been allowed to regulate their own diet to their own hurt, which they should never have been allowed to do. In this matter, as in many others, prevention is much easier and better than cure. Never let a child who enjoys publicity feel that being peculiar or delicate is a pleasant distinction. Many children have a pride in this and enjoy being publicly discussed. If it is necessary to speak of such a trait in the presence of the child, do it as briefly as possible and speak of it as silly. If a child will not eat what he has been pleasantly and reasonably asked to eat, excuse him from the table and consider the incident closed until the next meal hour. He probably will not care to consider it so, but a little quiet determination just at this juncture, combined, if needful, with the locking of the pantry, accomplishes much. Make the special treats of popcorn, nuts, or fruits rather than of candy, and have the household candy at the end of the meals rather than in between them. In these ways, you are not only keeping the child's diet right now, but you are forming the intelligent habits which will stand by him when he is out in the world, far from parental admonitions, and obliged to select from the cafeteria or hotel bill those dishes which he is to eat. As a matter of fact, the young person's health for the first 2 years after he leaves the old home is usually inferior to what it was before. And this because supervision is gone and the right habits based on understanding have not been formed during the years of opportunity. Happy then is the young person who early learns to eat things because they are good for him. Happy, good-natured, and more likely to be virtuous. For as someone, was it Beecher, has said, 2/3 of a man's religion is a good disposition, and 2/3 of a good disposition is a good digestion. Behold how much may hang on the vexed question of diet. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Primogeniture. All good Americans are thankful that the law of primogeniture, exclusive inheritance by the firstborn, did not cross the ocean with our English ancestors, although there is no denying that it settles once for all a great many things concerning which American relatives wrangle and on which our legal profession fattens quite legitimately. Many times the settlement by the law seemed most deplorable, but it was a settlement. In our nurseries, where the family is happily larger than the proverbial American family of one, the lack of some such established law in the matter of small privileges and responsibilities is unfortunate. Think how many times parents have to listen to a clamor of, "My turn first." "No, mine." "I don't care. I'm the girl, and you know it ought to be ladies first." How are such controversies to be fairly decided? Do these replies sound at all familiar to you? "Let the baby have the first turn, children. He is so little that you ought to give up to him." "Let Alice take it first, and be a little gentleman about it." "Here, Freddie, stop your howling this minute, and mother will give you the first turn." Can you not see the squabble in progress, and the scowls of dissatisfaction with which the rulings are received? Can you not hear the muttered comments while the lucky one is enjoying his coveted first turn? "Ah, baby always has his way." "Well, I don't think Alice acted very much like a lady when she teased so." "You'll do anything for Freddie when he makes a fuss." The truth of the matter is that unless there is some well-established and respected rule for settling such controversies in a household, they are forever recurring, and the settlements are sure to be more or less unjust. Time is short. The telephone bell is ringing. or the parent's nerves are on edge. And so the one who protests the most loudly carries his point, or an unconscious partiality sways the decision of one who truly intends to be just. Or the baby, the dimpled darling of the household, is awarded the privilege, and so helped a little farther along towards that utter selfishness which so often characterizes the youngest members of the otherwise unselfish families. Perhaps this is the most common and the most unfortunate result of all the many possible unfortunate ones. Since woman, once man's superior and now his equal, has come into her own as a voter, she is little by little relinquishing those charming attentions which were bestowed upon her as a matter of course in the days of old. The girl-child of today will not be the petted and pampered woman of tomorrow, and it is probably much better for her that she should not be. There are reasons quite apart from the mere accident of sex why in emergencies like shipwreck the rule should continue to be women and children first. There are graceful social customs which will abide, but the time is fortunately past when an old and feeble man feels obligated to offer his seat in a crowded car to a robust young woman who is quite obviously not of the working class. Under these circumstances, it is an open question whether it is expedient to perpetuate in the nursery unfailing deference to sex. Reverting to the custom of letting the baby have consideration because he is the youngest, it may be enough to supplement what has been said with the passing remark that youth has already been deferred to quite enough in this country, so that an occasional individual is found who longs for something akin to Chinese respect for age. And as for letting the one who is most assertive carry the day, none of us believe in that, even when we become accessory to it. Sometimes there is a weakling in the family, one who has a permanent handicap of some sort. If we could only be sure that such a one could all his life be guarded and indulged as we would guard and indulge him, we might more safely grant him such special privileges, but we cannot. So the truest kindness is to teach him to take his turn with his fellows, and let our yearning tenderness show itself in a few larger ways, like the provision of a special room most suited to his needs, or in the special education to develop some talent which will enable him to take and hold his place among men. Otherwise, we might better let him become accustomed early to the give and take of ordinary life. There are so many things that we should not do. What shall we do? There should be some way of linking up privilege and duty, some system which should render impossible the putting of responsibilities and little burdens on the patient firstborn, and handing the privileges over to the youngest. So why not set up in our households a system of first turns for the oldest, and let it be all first turns? First turns for castor oil as well as for coasting. It is a fair working out of the old theory of noblesse oblige, and it forestalls many controversies. Also, it gives a good working rule for the children when there is no grown person present to settle claims. There is another reason why this is a good plan. The eldest may be but 6 and hardly entitled to what we call the deference due to age, and yet it is a beginning towards inculcating that deference when the little end of that problem has a bearing on his own small affairs. If it is talked over with the children in a direct and clear fashion, it will strike them as fair, and there are no ideals set up which clash with the ideals of life outside the nursery, which is most desirable: respect for age and experience, the combining of duties and privileges, the having a law to rely on, a nursery law, but in accord with laws of life itself, and the avoidance of controversies. All these make it well worth our while to appropriate the good from the old customs which we still rejoice to have abrogated in our national life. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Being charming. A certain little boy, long since grown to man's estate, was wont to seek his mother now and then with the shy request, "Could you take the time to be charming for a little while?" until the phrase was adopted by the rest of the family. Its origin was traced back to a Saturday when she had been obliged to work against time at her desk, and the child, accustomed to a mother who did desk work only during school hours, or after he was tucked in bed, had felt himself exiled from her beloved companionship. He had wistfully hung about until she, realizing his feeling of injury, had said, "I love you just as much as ever, dear, and I wish that I did not have to work so hard. If you will amuse yourself or play with the other children until 5 o'clock, trying not to interrupt me and keeping away from this side of the dooryard, I shall be quite through, and then I will be perfectly charming until dinner time." Evidently she succeeded in keeping her agreement, and the adjective so glibly used came to have a permanent place in his vocabulary. In time it came to cover a wide range of activities, the drawing of pictures, playing marbles, reading aloud, or just talking. But always it meant giving herself exclusively to her child for the time being. That, in the last analysis, was what charmed him. He did not have to content himself, as children so often have to, with the crumbs that fall from another's table. The mere matter of what they did seemed to impress him as of secondary importance. But you think that few mothers would have time for that. This was an extremely busy woman, one who made every hour count, but whose son's companionship was rated high in her sense of values. And it did not take so much time as you might think. The period given was more often 15 minutes than 60. And sometimes when he chose storytelling or simple conversation, she said, "Do you mind if I sew while talking?" And he did not. The mending basket always stood ready, and it was the investment of precisely such scraps of time which kept it from overflowing. Darning is not of necessity an all-engrossing occupation. Patches are more so, it is true, but then her patches were often cut and basted when she was alone, and the finer stitches took less attention, were better pick-up work. It was largely a question of management, after all. The time was never given with the air of granting a favor. It was planned for and set apart with the implication that it was a treat for both of them, part of the jam on their daily bread. It was not always granted at the moment when it was asked for. It had to be fitted in with the duties of the day. Sometimes it was combined with them, and the two went marketing together, swinging the basket between them and discussing with all earnestness what they should buy for father's dinner. Sometimes, when the desk work had been unusually steady and monotonous, they tramped into the country for watercress or mushrooms, and she had the combination of fresh air and exercise needed to keep her fit for work. Sometimes they put on big aprons and got a meal together in the big old kitchen, where distances were so magnificent and a companionable cat dozed beside the range. The work of the household was not always halted, yet as it proceeded, it was invested with something of peculiar interest to the child. Little jokes were made. The conversation was on his plane. There was much laughter and an occasional kiss, and he had her to himself. Once, after he had been watching her clean some fish, he said, Didn't we have a sweet visit about that fish? The gills and the swim bladder and the silvery scales had seemed to him most fascinating subjects of conversation. Why not? Fathers are busy people too. It is not easy for them to give themselves exclusively to their children, yet the time actually consumed in establishing and maintaining a confidential intimacy with a child is not great, and it is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives and him that takes. The physician whose small daughter always makes his Sunday morning rounds with him before going to Sunday school, in setting apart that time for her, makes it one of privilege for them both. And certain old ladies in the suburbs, chronic cases who received only occasional calls, have discovered that the doctor makes his longest drives on Sunday morning. Again, it is largely a question of management. And what a pity it would be if, when we successfully manage so many other things, we should not try to manage this. What a pity if, when we dress for and are charming to our society friends, we should do neither for our children. A woman in her 50s, who had nursed her mother through her long and painful last illness, said, "I think she was the most charming woman I have ever known. Even through her illness, she was charming to us all." What a priceless heritage such a memory is! And with what a tender combination of filial deference and lover-like attention do grown children seek the companionship of those parents who were charming to them when they were small. They remind of the 12-year-old brother of the lad first quoted, who said to his mother at the end of one of their peculiarly happy visits, "Of course I know that you are very, very old, but you never seem so to me." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At bedtime. There are two phases to the problem of the children's bedtime. The first, that of getting them off promptly and pleasantly, and the second of making this what might be called the cap-sheaf of the day, the hour in which the good of the preceding hours is garnered and conserved. Honesty compels us to confess that for many of us the first largely obscures the second in our thought. We are so very human, we mothers, and we do become so tired. And the children become tired, and the telephone rings inopportunely, and a caller drops in, and the children are interested in play, and there are pleas for an extension of time, for just this once. You know how that complication usually ends. It sometimes seems as though households as well as political conventions should have a definite order of the day on which to rely in such perplexing situations. It would simplify things so. It would be so comfortable if it were quite conventional and customary for the mother who was marshalling her flock towards the staircase to greet the caller with the statement, "You are out of order. The motion to retire takes precedence." However, since there is no person so subject to conflicting calls and interruptions as a mother, it is evidently the duty of each to work out some sort of solution for herself and abide by it. Haphazard methods are no methods at all, and great are the penalties which they entail. The first step is to decide upon the proper bedtime, ascertaining the amount of sleep which each should have, and then setting the hour for retiring with due regard to the one at which he should arise in order to be quite ready for breakfast with the family and get off to school comfortably, if he attends school. Remember that a child cannot be rushed from bed to the breakfast table and eat what he should. There must be a little time for romping before he is asked to eat. Once the bedtime is appointed, observe it, observe it, observe it. it should be so much a matter of course that any deviation from it will be remembered for weeks, and deviations should be permitted only for what are really reasons of importance in the child's life. In one household where the children fancied that when the clock struck 7 it was saying, "Little boys, now go to bed," and raced to see which should reach their upstairs room first. The only recognized excuses for later hours were Christmas Eve exercises, 4th of July fireworks, the necessity of taking an early evening train once annually, and the twice-a-year privilege of sitting up on the end of the summer resort dock until 9 o'clock, when the full moon was shining across the water toward them, and the little waves were sparkling in its silvery reflection. Do you pity those children? You need not. They got more out of their eventful 5 evenings than any of their companions got out of being up until 8 or 9 each night of the year. The wonder of those evenings of glorious moonlight is now being told to their children, who also retire early. They never felt themselves wronged when they had to go to bed while their friends and contemporaries were playing about outside, and there were never any pleas for extension of time. This went on for a number of years, while their mother was secretly quite awed by her own success in carrying out her old-fashioned ideas in a community where nobody else did the same. Then came a day when the boys waited upon her with a petition for a later bedtime. They were most sober and respectful about it, and said they felt that they were now old enough to sit up later. Their mother said that she had been thinking the same thing. There was a pause of delighted surprise. Then there was a question as to how much later they might remain up. The diplomatic mother, not wishing to make a needlessly great concession, asked them what they thought would be right. There was a pause in which they exchanged glances. Then the elder said, "We think that we are old enough now to sit up 10 minutes later." There was another pause while the mother gravely considered the matter, and then she said, "Very well, you may begin tonight to do so, but if you are ill, or if you have been up late the previous evening for any reason, I may think it may be better to go back to 7 once in a while. Moreover, once a year from now on, we will change the bedtime by 10 minutes. That arrangement stood unquestioned until the little lads became youths. It was a unique and very funny experience, and it might never be duplicated in another household, yet here is the point of the incident. It was made possible only by such rigid adherence to a custom once established that it was an accepted thing. A single month of carelessness would have spoiled it all. A week might have done so. The bedtime hour was never postponed for the convenience of the time being. Other things must give way for it. The end of the day problems are much simpler if romping is not resumed after the last meal. That is a good time for producing quiet games before others get under way, or it is a good time for reading aloud or storytelling, always with such a consciousness of the passing of time that when the upward march must begin, there will be no thrilling incident interrupted, no hero left dangling over a precipice. It is when the restraining clothing is removed and the tired little bodies are made comfortable for the rest of the night that there comes the best chance of the whole 24 hours for a calm and dispassionate consideration of the day past and the one to come. It is a good time for young and old together to consider whether they are satisfied with the day just ended, It does not impair our influence with our children if we confess that we, like them, blunder and do wrong. It makes the bond closer. They see us do so. They should also have a chance to know that we acknowledge our shortcomings, deplore them, and try to conquer them, not in our own strength alone, but with that divine aid which we are teaching them to seek. At eventide, we can get a better perspective in looking back over the active hours. Perhaps we see how a serious wrong grew out of a bit of carelessness, or how thoughtlessness on our part made a heartache for somebody else. Then it is time to confess our faults and ask forgiveness, while at the same time we resolve to guard the morrow from a repetition of such trouble-making. Then is the time for counting our mercies, for reviewing the happiness of the day and the causes for it, and for cultivating that most necessary sense of life's true values. It is so easy to see in our quiet, thoughtful period with our children which of the day's happenings have left us an abiding happiness, a feeling of blessedness, perhaps. One does not have to preach nor assume an attitude of superiority to do this. It is easy to think back over our own days while our children are reviewing theirs. It is easy to see then that the candy which was eaten with avidity does not make us any happier now for having had it. Sometimes quite the contrary. While the memory of having done faithful work or of helping an unfortunate bestows lasting comfort. It is a good time for recalling the beautiful sunset, the fine music we have heard, any especial privileges which we have enjoyed, and deciding to banish as far as possible from our memories any misfortunes which have befallen us. It is a good thing for old and young together to chat about the guarding of their thoughts, and the real force for character which thought can be, all, of course, in words and illustrations which the youngest can comprehend. You remember the reply of Longfellow's Abbess Annie to the bishop, when he asked her if no thought of love ever entered the minds of her nuns? We cannot hinder the wild birds from passing over our heads, but we can keep them from building their nests in our hair, she said. And so, with the events of the day reviewed and their lessons learned, all may rest more sweetly and await the coming of the new day, which is always a fresh beginning, for every day is the world made new. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Self-expression. It would be extremely interesting if we could know how much of our potential ability we express in our lives. Whether we should be rated at a very low figure or at what might be called a passing percentage. It is quite certain that most of us would be astonished at the results, and it would be because our real possibilities are greater than we had imagined. It is tragic to realize how much wasted ability there is in the world, and the reasons for this state of things are many. Too many young people ascribe it to the lack of an expensive education. Too many adults think they never had a chance. Everybody has some chance. It may not be the particular one which he coveted, but we do not always know enough to prescribe wisely for ourselves, even when there is assurance of our having the prescriptions filled. The great thing is to make the most of the chance which is ours, to be willing so to prepare ourselves with what means are vouchsafed us, to play our part as we should in the world. We want to avoid conceit, but lack of self-confidence is worse than that. Life itself is quite certain to take the conceit out of all but the mentally defective, but it never instills assurance without the cooperation of the person needing it. A wise old teacher said to one of her pupils who hesitated about accepting a fine position, "My dear, I should advise you to accept every developing chance of service for which those who know your work think you are capable. You will shut many doors of opportunity in your own face if you do not." We do much for our children if we encourage them in this way, and encouragement should begin in the preschool period. Usually, we can look backward to our own early years and see quite clearly how the different adults of our family either repressed or inspired us. A repressed child does not become a normal adult. He lacks something of fulfilling his measure of usefulness. This does not mean that he should be permitted to run wild or to assert himself unduly. It does mean that when he wants to make his blundering and imperfect attempt to express his idea on paper, in clay, in the construction of some simple mechanism, or in the staging of a drama in the attic, he might better be encouraged than repressed. If he cares enough about the matter to invest his thought and time in it, and some of the money which he has either earned by labor or saved from his allowance, he ought to be given his chance. Any improvement in the quality of his accomplishments should be commented on with appreciation, and defects mentioned only in a way which will show him how to remedy them in a second attempt. There is a tremendous amount of valuable education in such youthful experiments, even though only a small proportion of the experimenters ever develop into inventors or artists. The mother of Watt was probably greatly exasperated by his persistent meddling with her tea kettle, but she evidently did not stop it, and as a result we travel by steamer and railroad train instead of by sailing vessel and stagecoach. Thousands of other young meddlers of today learn from their mothers' tea kettles only how to understand a bit better the wonderful force which he tamed and others developed, but that is worthwhile. For them it has all the thrill of an original discovery when they first comprehend that steam will work. The practical result in this case is not an invention but a recognition. We need a world full of intelligent appreciators, and such interests are distinctly wholesome. However, it would simplify things in the kitchen if a battered old tea kettle were occasionally presented to the young student of natural forces. The ability which is sealed up in an individual by his lack of expression is a dead loss to the world, and may become a source of restlessness to the possessor. Hold in mind the desirability of keeping the natural avenues of expression open and encouraging facility in the use of acquired means. To master one's native tongue so well as to be able to fit words closely around one's meaning, to wield a facile pen, to be able to seize a pencil and make one's meaning clear by diagram or scale drawing, to sing or play a melody correctly, even to whistle it, to whittle a presentable toy, to be able with scissors and needle to convert a piece of straight cloth into a garment, to combine ingredients into a wholesome and palatable article of food, to lay out and cultivate an attractive garden, all these and many other undertakings mean self-expression and a growth in power and happiness. Two little girls of long ago were encouraged by their mothers to establish a correspondence before they were able to write. The laboriously printed missives of childish sentences passed back and forth between the Atlantic coast and the Middle West until they learned to write, and the quality of the written ones improved steadily until the girls met for the first time in their early teens. Then the letters increased in volume and improved in style. It was not until both were married and their gainful occupations laid aside for home life that either attempted to write for publication. But the ability had been developing along with the happiness which it brought, and it is probably more than a mere coincidence that both are now successful writers and that they are the only ones in their families. How well their parents did to foster the habit of self-expression. How many other girls of the same generation, perhaps in the same families, had it in them to do equally good work, but lacked the simple habit of letting their pens talk for them. Familiarity with the various media of expression means so much. Only the talents which are used increase. Only those which are used count for happiness to the user and blessing for the community, and only one who has steadfastly developed his power of expression knows how it has enriched his life. To encourage our children in these ways is to provide them with sources of happiness, usefulness, and revenue. Moreover, for a mother to encourage them thus is to be sure that in their mature years, even though she may not be here to receive their thanks, they will arise and call her blessed. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Retribution or Reformation. There has been for years a more or less outspoken conflict of opinion between those of the old school and those of the new in the matter of punishments. It has been claimed on scriptural authority that those who spare the rod spoil the child, and few there are who, whatever their previous convictions may have been, have not longed to inflict on some pampered and obnoxious darling those admitted spankings which he seems so desperately to need. However, there are various ways of spoiling children, and some who have had their full quota of corporal punishment seem to have been quite effectively spoiled for real life, alienated from those who should be their dearest friends and confidants, driven to tricky subterfuges in the hope of avoiding chastisement, and robbed to some extent of their initiative. Is there no safe middle ground, no underlying principle to which we can refer in the consideration of methods? All problems of life have their larger and their smaller aspects, and sometimes consideration of the one helps us in consideration of the other. In the world of penology, the emphasis is changing from retribution to reformation, and this as the result of long observation and study on the part of specialists. In spite of the survival of a few whipping posts, in spite of the fact that the strap remains in many state prisons, their occasional use is thought of as a deterrent rather than as a retribution. The growing popularity of the indeterminate sentence is another evidence of this change of thought. The prisoner's deed may deserve the maximum imprisonment permitted by law, yet, if his condition and behavior in prison justify the presumption that he will return to the outside world intending and able to keep the law, he is released before the maximum period is past. Coming from the big problem down to the little one, then, we have to take as our guide the idea of the protection of society and the reformation of the sinner, and penalties which serve this double purpose are enough, whether or not they conform to the old standards. Let us be very sure that our sense of justice is never obscured by temper. One professional man remarked naively, "I always punish my children at once, when I am good and angry, for I have noticed that if I do not, I am apt to let them off lightly." It is only fair to the legal profession to remark that he was not a lawyer. Here perhaps we find a suggestion of another truth, one by which we may test our own procedure occasionally. That punishment which will not stand the test of dispassionate judgment is an unwise one, destined to make more trouble than it cures. Be assured that children remember these things, and that parents are judged both now and in the child's later years as to their intent to deal justly. It is not so much the severity of the punishment as the possible injustice of it which leaves the lasting sense of injury. One discerning mother was wont to talk to her small boy in this fashion: "Puppies have been trained by whipping, because that is the only way in which they can be taught the things which it is necessary for them to know. They cannot understand and reason as children can. So, even when the owner loves the puppy and dislikes to hurt him, he has to whip him to keep him from growing into a bad dog. If the owner did not do so, he might become a dog who would gnaw bones in the parlor, steal food from the table, or even, if large enough, run after sheep in the fields and kill them. Children can understand and reason, you know, but if they are naughty and will not, and if other punishments do not keep them from doing what they know is wrong, then they have to be whipped, just like puppies. It is a shame for a child to have to be whipped like a puppy." That is a good argument to present a child, good in two ways. It appealed to his sense of justice and to his pride, and it was a kind which he could understand. All of these problems are individual. Nevertheless, most children are more influenced by the certainty and the duration of a penalty than by its severity. This is no argument for farcical punishments, mere pretenses. It does imply, however, that the withdrawal of some privilege for a week is often more effective than a 2-minute chastisement. Children have a strong sense of justice. Many a one, if asked what he considers a fair penalty for his disobedience, will advocate and submit to far more than his seniors would have meted out to him. He appeals from Philip drunk to Philip sober, and sustains the appeal. He even contemplates his experience with a stern sense of satisfaction, quite as though the culprit were other than himself. Therefore, it is always wise to consider this characteristic, and to utilize it as early and as far as possible. Is it presuming to suggest that we do not always devote the time and thought necessary to understanding whether the small offender has done what is wrong from his point of view? As we grow older, most of us can recall one or more instances when we erred in this respect, and the recollections are very unhappy ones. The injustice of it all seems so irrevocable. It seems akin in its small way to letting an adult serve part of a life sentence for a murder which he did not commit, and then, when we discover our error, opening the prison doors for him and expecting him to consider it a closed incident. There is a responsibility resting on us to understand all the elements in the case before making our decisions, even if the latter are delayed thereby. It is expedient, and it is right. Another responsibility is ours, to check or to divert wrongly directed energy before it develops into wrongdoing. There is such a thing as contributory negligence on the part of adults. It is easier to steer the boat in a safe course before it is on the verge of the rapids. And a fence on the edge of a precipice is more efficient than an ambulance in waiting at the bottom. The greatest principles are always applicable to the smallest problems. And after all, what more do any of us need than to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly, and always, if one may complete the quotation, with our God. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Making Our Own Bodies. Do you remember an incident given in Mrs. Robinson's fine biography of Roosevelt, describing how his father said to the 11-year-old boy, "Theodore, you have the mind, but you have not the body, and without the help of the body, the mind cannot go as far as it should. You must make your body. It is hard drudgery to make one's body, but I know you will do it." And the little boy threw back his head and with a flash of his teeth said, "I'll make my body." How he succeeded all Americans know, although they seldom think how much the nation owes to the discernment and wise counsel of the father who inspired him to undertake and persist in the training which changed a weakling into a man of wonderful energy and endurance. Some of us whose babies are weakly or whose children are accidentally injured need to cultivate a certain Spartan quality in ourselves and in them. In the 19th century, most weaklings were pampered, and special concessions were made to the comfort of those handicapped by deafness, blindness, or deformity. No other course was considered fitting, and under the kindly ministrations and unquestioning sacrifices of those most interested, the weaklings grew weaker, and the deaf, blind, and deformed more helpless and exacting. Intelligent people of this day know better, and frequently do better, under the guidance of good physicians. They recognize the fact that these children will eventually have to take their chances in a world of more normal people, too busy to make concessions, and that they must be fitted for it, that they must learn to accept and rise above what conditions are irremediable, to each fasten his cross uncannily, as it were wings, and go forward with it, undaunted. Many such a handicapped child of today will outdistance in life's race those who have a fairly good start and squander their heritage of strength. He will be so spurred on by the necessity of his case that he will do his utmost, while another, reckoning no necessity, will grow up with no thought of personal responsibility in the matter of his physique, retiring as late as he is permitted to, and eating whatever he desires, until his later school years he comes under the jurisdiction of some physical director and discovers that his deficiencies debar him from coveted privileges. Then, stung by his failure to make an athletic team, he may change his ways and modify to some extent a condition which might have been prevented. Lucky will his parents be if they do not come in for some undiscriminating youthful reproaches. Now, one does not have to be a doctor or a trained nurse to stimulate in a child a pride in health and endurance quite as real as the universal pride in personal appearance. Indeed, this latter pride may contribute to the former, for is not health the only sure foundation for good carriage and good complexion? In these days, any parent who cares enough about it to write an occasional postcard to federal or state headquarters, to remit an occasional dime or nickel to some of the many magazines engaged in child welfare work, or to seek out one of the more and more numerous public health nurses, can soon be fully informed as to the requirements for building up good general health and resistance to disease. He will then be in the same position as those parishioners of a certain old Scotch minister who were dumbfounded when he preached the same sermon for 2 consecutive Sundays, and remonstrated when he added a third. He heard the committee through quite respectably, took a deliberate pinch of snuff, and then, with his eyes twinkling beneath his shaggy brows, said, "Weel, and have ye leaved it yet?" Long, long before the child reaches school age, much can be done to arouse his interest and stimulate his desire for a healthful regimen. Notice some of the little ways in which this can be done. Set apart some inconspicuous door casing in the house for a continuous record of his height, and make somewhat of an event of the marking it up 3 or 4 times a year on certain dates, one of which should be his birthday, when his stature can be compared with that of a year previous, and the gain discussed always in connection with his weight, carriage, and general condition. Note the weight on the casing beside the dated record of his height. If there are several children in the household, a wholesome rivalry is sure to develop, all of which tends to stimulate interest. The measurements might better always be made rather early in the forenoon, as some lessening or settling results from the day's activities. An outspoken and evident desire on the part of the parents to keep themselves fit, and backing up precept with practice, is valuable in more ways than one. A casual remark now and then usually accomplishes more than is evident at the moment. My own weight is not right of late. I must try to remedy that. I like that new boy who was here yesterday. He looks as though he had a healthy mind in a healthy body. Mrs. Blank seems to be a very good mother. I notice that she is careful to provide the right sort of food so that her children can keep their bodies built up and developing properly. Note, please, that it is always to be assumed that health building is the child's privilege and duty. It is not a favor to the parents, as is too often taken for granted. Children are fortunate when their parents are willing to cooperate in such ways. What a pretty girl Lucille is! I hope that she will take care of her health and grow even prettier. Too many girls lose their beauty by carelessness. Even before children are old enough for consciously undertaking systematic health building, body making, they should be taught the location and function of the vital organs and various little facts concerning the senses. They should be accustomed to pointing out the location of a pain or discomfort with one finger, instead, for instance, of indicating a belly ache with a large and vague gesture of the whole hand. And then there are the possibilities of amateur physiology lessons during the children's hour, with 1 or 2 at a time in the class lying on the floor, while a teacher who pretends to be very stern illustrates as he goes along. This is your head or cranium. It contains your brains, and they are what do your thinking for you. These are your eyes. You see with them. They are guarded by your eyelids, and these have fringes of eyelashes, which shade them and help to keep things out of your eyes. They are also protected by your eyebrows, which grow above them and prevent the perspiration from running down into them from your forehead in warm weather. This is your nose, tweaking it. It is to smell with. You should always follow it around and keep it out of other people's business. This is your mouth. It should be used for eating, drinking, singing, and whistling, and also for speaking true and kind things. It should never speak crossly. It is very important, because all the food which is to change your little body into a fine grown-up one has to go through it, and without food and drink of the right kind, you could never have a really fine body. These are your ears. You hear with them. And if you ever find yourself in a place where you hear the wrong sorts of things, remember that you have legs, which should take you away at once. There are ridges and hollows in your ears, which are hard to keep clean, but they are very important, for they help the sounds to find their way to the inner ear, where you hear them. This is your breastbone or sternum. Most of your ribs have their front ends fastened to it, etc., etc. These are your ribs. Lie still. What makes you wriggle so when I am giving you a lesson? These are your ribs, I say. There you go wriggling again. Laughing too. Tickling you? What was that? Why do you not attend to your lesson and keep your faces sober, as children should in school? You can see what a frolic this may be, and how the children would enter into it. Beginning with only a few facts, it is easy to add 1 or 2 at each lesson until they have, without the least effort on their part, absorbed considerable rudimentary information along the lines of anatomy and physiology, together with various reminders as to deportment. Perhaps the giving of the synonyms used by physicians, sternum, scapula, etc., seem absurd. Of course it is not in the least imperative, but children enjoy an occasional big word, and as they grow older, familiarity with these terms will make easily comprehensible many health articles which are constantly appearing in daily papers and in state and government bulletins. So, if we happen to understand them ourselves, why not use them? As in so many of our modest educational ventures, there is a possibility of profit and no danger whatever of loss, so why not? One is often prompted to wonder if that part of our education which is unconsciously absorbed in conversation or play or from observation may not be the most important part. It is certainly the part which we are most apt to retain, and which most determines our character and daily living. Therefore it behooves us to begin early inciting our children to make their bodies. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Great words. A small lad, the son of a clergyman, brimming over with mischief and sometimes with genuine impishness, was devoted to one of our standard hymns, "Approach, my soul, the mercy seat." And his father questioned him repeatedly as to the reason why he was so fond of it. "Do you like the words so much?" he would ask. "Or is it the music which you enjoy?" Yet no matter how he approached the subject, the reply was invariably the same. "Oh, I don't exactly know, but that is a hymn." And the father, his eyes twinkling as he narrated the incident, would shrug his shoulders and say, "Well, anyone who knows Freddie knows that it ought to appeal to him, but the very peculiar thing about it is that it does." Every now and then we run across some kindred incident in which a child shows an intense appreciation of and interest in something which is commonly considered quite beyond his ken. When we consider this fact, instead of merely being amused by an isolated instance, we begin to wonder if there may not be in all children, certainly in a considerable class of them, an instinct too often ungratified for gripping and making their own some of the really majestic facts and ideals of life. If so, how neglected is that power? There is among all children a pride in acquiring a few long words, being able to speak them correctly and to spell them ostentatiously upon occasion. A little fellow who still lisped considered it one of his greatest accomplishments to spell Constantinople. without an error or a pause for thought. And there is another queer thing to be remarked. The way in which children appreciate a grown-up possession of their own. One elderly woman still recalls a certain Christmas of her early childhood, when among the many toys of her collection she found a walnut wall pocket designed to hold newspapers. It had not been purchased for her, but had been taken with numerous other wooden trifles by some relative in repayment of an uncollectible loan, and had been included in her gifts to increase the array rather than because it could be of any conceivable use to her. And yet, after all these years, it is the only one of the gifts which she can remember, and it is a source of poignant regret to her that it was lost in one of the many removals of the family, and she can no longer recall the joys of that far-off period by gazing upon the molded sawdust cherub which adorned its front. Since these things are so, why not utilize this childish tendency to better effect? It is said that the late Francis G. Parker used to step into a room of his wonderful school and say, "Children, what is the great word?" And a smiling chorus would answer him, "Responsibility." It is a great word, great for a child to pronounce, greater for him to spell, and greatest for him to understand, but it is not beyond him in any of these ways, if only there is somebody who cares enough for him to keep the matter in mind and help him by seemingly casual reminders and reviews. Somebody who will remember to use the word in his presence when talking to adults, in speaking with admiration of people who have a fine sense of responsibility, or condemning others who have no sense of responsibility. It is easy to speak of Washington's great responsibility during the early days of our country, of an honorable businessman as a responsible person, of your own responsibilities in the home, of his being responsible for filling the wood box or clearing the walks. All this may seem very trivial. Most things do when considered alone, but is all part of the introduction to a great ideal, to the sort of thing which holds men and women true to many an uncongenial task, and has often made a plucky coward of a frightened mortal. If we do not make it a matter of conscious endeavor, our children grow up more familiar with the names and properties of material things than with those of abstract and all-important qualities. Yet which is the more important? Our public schools have small time for the teaching of ethics in these days of overloaded curricula, and even if there were time for it, this sort of instruction is one in which the personal relationship, the close intimacy counts for so much. It is not a subject for successful mass teaching. The Sunday schools can handle it better, but they reach only a small proportion of our young people, and that for only 1 hour a week, a considerable portion of which is devoted to the opening and closing exercises. Moreover, it is particularly true that in the things of the Spirit it is the word spoken in season and fitly spoken that counts. The Sunday school teacher's opportunity and the child's mood do not always coincide. It is the parents who have the wonderful chances, if they will but improve them, to build up a respect for a delight in the great abstract qualities which can be presented to the child only through the medium of words, or through those actions which the words inspire. Ah, there are truly some great words in our wonderful language, words worth talking about and considering from many angles, words the comprehension of which should come to us early, in order that the qualities which they represent may become part of the very warp and woof of our lives. Responsibility, principle, truth, courtesy, thrift, wisdom. and many more, a noble company to be admitted to our speech and to our thought. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fact or fiction? When Job spake in his wrath, declaring all men to be liars, he expressed a conviction of which he afterward repented. Yet it is eternally true that all men have been liars, and it is a heart-breaking moment when the young mother first detects her eldest born in a falsehood. She does not remember the time when, in her turn, she so appalled her mother, or, if she was fortunate enough to have been one of the younger members of an old-fashioned family, when she lied without appalling her mother. Perhaps at this moment, more frequently than at any other of the disciplinary crises of child-rearing, does a sense of consternation and utter inadequacy overwhelm mothers. How can they ever instill a love of truth into the beguiling little criminal, who vowed that he had not gone near the jam-pot, even while his face and fingers bore the tell-tale stains? Truth among a civilized people like ours is considered so fundamental. Everything, even our system of credit, presupposes the integrity of the individual. What a black future must then await the child who will look his parents in the eye and lie before he is 6! So the reasoning is apt to run, and various punishments are considered, from washing out the mouth with laundry soap, which has been thought peculiarly to fit the crime, to those spankings which Mrs. Wiggin declares do not reach the seat of the conscience. But hold, there may be some subtle significance in that phrase, "before he is 6." Children are not born with an understanding of the nature and importance of truthfulness. That develops more or less rapidly, and its development is retarded by the extreme vividness of imagination possessed by the young child, most of whose games and diversions depend upon successful making-believe. The boundary line between the real and the imaginary is sometimes very vague. One boy of 8, who had lived for several years in an institution, confessed to his adopted parents that he was the one guilty of a certain misdeed, and when it was later ascertained that he was quite innocent, was reproved and questioned concerning his action, and told that he should tell the truth. This was his reply: "Why, you said that you wished that somebody would confess to having done it, and so I did. What is truth?" He was an alert and intelligent boy, but his had not been the normal life, with attention to his individual needs, and it proved that his idea of truth was saying what people wanted you to say. Such an instance may be almost without parallel, yet the fact that it could occur shows that the comprehension of what truth means is not inborn. Many children are punished for lying when they do not understand what the trouble is, and there is a cruel injustice done which can never be undone. Why wait for such a crisis to arise before making sure that the child knows the nature of a lie, and why it is wrong? Why not, when telling the bedtime stories or reading aloud from the Christmas book, speak of the tale as fiction, something that we like to think and talk about, but which never really and truly happened? Your little auditor will recognize a familiar ring to the definition if you tell him that fiction is only pretending, making believe, that it happened so. And it is easy to add that you would not wish him to think that it did happen when it did not. And when you are relating some thrilling incident in our national history, like the familiar Thanksgiving story of the baby who was hidden from the Indians by having a brass dye kettle turned over him, state that this is fact, not pretending at all. When the foundation is prepared in this way, you are ready, perhaps a fortnight later, to help the child understand that while fiction is all right when we are playing and know that it is fiction, it makes a great deal of trouble if people are allowed to think that it is fact or truth. It makes so much trouble that people have given another name to it, a name that tells quickly what it is. They call it a lie. And they call people who tell fiction and try to make others believe that it is fact, liars. It is a shameful thing to be a liar. When people have told many lies, others never know whether to believe them or not. Even if they tell facts after that, people think that they may be telling lies. It is a good thing to let the children take their turn at telling fiction stories and fact stories. Some of Baron Munchausen's stories make striking instances in such storytelling bouts, and it is fun to devise tales of the same preposterous character about home happenings. It makes it all so much more vivid and frequently recalled. And then there is the tragic old incident of the boy who called wolf, so often for the fun of seeing the men run to drive the animal away when there was no wolf. That one day, when he uttered the old call, the men did not believe him and remained quietly eating their dinner, while a wolf ate him. That was quite different from the fiction like Munchausen stories. It was fiction which pretended to be fact, and the boy came to be known as a liar, so that even his facts were not believed. Children can readily see how untruthfulness undermines confidence. If mother should promise you some great pleasure, promise it without meaning you should have it, and later should say, "Oh, I was only fooling," do you think you would believe such a promise again soon? And if you kept making her promises and breaking them when you could have kept them, do you think she would have much faith in you? Promises are very important things. If you ever have to break a promise, you should make it a point to explain fully and back up your explanation with proof as soon as possible, in order not to shake the child's faith in you, and to show him how you prize your reputation for truthfulness. Alas, there is such a thing as temptation in this world, and there is a subconscious feeling that a lie is a very present help in trouble. It is not strange that our young people occasionally sin in this respect, especially in households where hasty judgments and severe punishments are the rule. They must not be made to feel themselves quite beyond the pale if they do. Why not, before it becomes a personal matter, confused by tears and all sorts of emotional strain, have it understood that the wisest thing to do, if a person has been so foolish and wrong as to tell a lie, is to correct it just as soon as possible by telling the truth. The longer a lie goes uncorrected, the more trouble it makes and the more courage it takes to correct it. If one has been told the easiest and wisest way is to say instantly, "What I have just told you is not so. I should not have said it. The truth is," and then give it. Was it not St. Francis de Sales who counseled thus? It is the wisest advice ever given to those who are tempted to lie, and who is not in youth. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joyful and steadying responsibility. A tired little maiden of less than 3 was trudging along a rough country lane in the dusk, when her weary feet stumbled, and she rolled into the edge of the marsh alongside. She was picked up, brushed off, and cautioned to hold fast to her mother's hand, lest the accident be repeated. She was contrary, and would not, and the subject was dropped. But a minute later, another member of the party said quietly, "I think, dear, that you ought to keep tight hold of your mother's hand, so that she may not fall into the marsh as you did." Instantly she became the guardian, and never released her hold on her mother's hand until they were safely home, and she forgot all fatigue and petulance in the tender care she bestowed. What made the difference? The sense of responsibility, the very thing from which we short-sighted adults so often try to shield our young people. The children of the large households of America's early days had plenty of it, partly because the days were early and the conquering of the wilderness required the labor of many hands, partly because so many of the processes now commercialized were then, of necessity, fireside industries, and partly because households were so large that the old baby always felt a certain measure of responsibility for the new baby, even before he was equal to other duties. Do not pity them, those children of long ago, our own forebears. They enjoyed life as much as we, and in a far saner fashion. Moreover, when they were grown in stature, they were grown in character also, and the sharing and bearing of responsibility did it. Contrast their lot with that of the average children of today, who, whether pampered or neglected, lack this experience until long past the years in which it would most easily strengthen and mold them. Only the poor are apt to have it, and they have it combined with acute anxieties as to food and shelter, which make it an unhappy instead of a happy experience. Small wonder that so many of our young people make bad and unhappy work of shifting for themselves when they first begin to do so. It is eternally true that we learn to do by doing, and it is better to begin as young as possible. It is often an unrecognized form of self-indulgence when we spare our children care and the occasional worry. Sometimes it is because we so enjoy cushioning life for them, sometimes because, having delayed it too long, we find them cross and without aptitude for it, and we dislike scenes, sometimes because we do not realize they are old enough to bear the steadying cares. And so we go on doing what we have no right to do, carrying burdens which they should bear, and irrationally enough, looking forward to the time when they shall, with magically acquired expertness and inclination, shift numerous small cares from our bending shoulders to their strong young ones, as though muscles could build up on inactivity, as though character could develop untried. Better to look the matter squarely in the face, if we have so blundered, and resolve to do so no longer. Better to deny ourselves the pleasure of unduly pampering, better to endure a few domestic scenes, if we are not able to change things without arousing the ire of our children. Better to realize that they are no longer infants. But the chances are that if we think matters out carefully and change our methods gradually and wisely, there will be no friction. We shall have to remember, however, that it is the result of our own long oversight and negligence, if they make bad work of it at first. We shall have to choke back many a word of rebuke or unreasonable criticism for a while. In the last analysis, it is our fault that they are not capable. If our children are small, when we begin to place responsibility upon them, we shall have to make concessions to their youth. If they wash and dry the dishes, we shall have to put away on the upper shelves a few of the more precious pieces with which we are wont to grace the daily board. If they do the dusting, some of our daintiest bric-a-brac must be retired for a while. But what of it? We must quicken our sense of life's real values, and remember that to develop a capable and willing child is much more important than the vanished grace of dining or drawing room. And such sacrifices are only for a time. It will be a proud sense of promotion to the little worker when the banished articles are restored to use with a smiling remark, "You have done such good work and are so careful that I believe we can use these things again. Of course, when you were little and inexperienced, it was safer not to have them about." Keep the standards of excellence high and expect the children to approach more and more closely to them. Make the necessary allowances at first, but do not lower your standards. You are fitting a child to offer his ability to a world which is not given to excusing poor work. Entrust him especially with work for others. If he is made responsible only for the care of his own possessions, he may feel that it is merely a personal matter whether things are well attended to. At the same time, there is a peculiar property about having him care for his own playthings, and so far as possible for his own wardrobe. Too many mothers are tied down to the mending of their careless daughters' silken hose. Too many are interrupted by requests to sew on buttons for their sons. There is no real reason why busy mothers should have their cares increased by their daughters' fragile luxuries, or be asked to lay aside the work of the hour to sew on buttons. A boy who has a sewing kit in his room, as he should have, can sew on a button as quickly as he can carry it to his mother, wait for, and return the garment to place. If our young men can mend their clothing in France, our boys can mend theirs in America, when necessary. At all events, they should be taught how, just as they should be taught at least a little freehand cookery as a part of their equipment for emergencies. And if it is desirable to train our children to a sense of responsibilities, how much more imperative is it that they should be taught to feel responsible for their conduct? They are equal to this much earlier than we are apt to think. For unfortunately, parents of this day are apt to discount a child's age and ability to his own disadvantage. For one who expects too much, there are many who expect too little, and this is not strange when we consider how quickly they grow away from the age to which we have barely accustomed ourselves. So we lag behind them in our methods. When our sons reach the period of most rapid growth, we sometimes find ourselves gazing at their cravats when we expected to look into their eyes. So amazingly soon have they reached the higher level. And the same sort of phenomenon occurs in the realm of mind and spirit. Give your son and your daughter chances to learn the facts upon which rules of conduct must be based. Help them unobtrusively to profit from the experience of others as recorded both in books and in the lives of those around them. Not especially your own, unless you choose to exhibit yourself in the light of a bad example. For we all become somewhat prejudiced against those who seem to hold themselves up as models. And then say, in matters where there is not too much at stake, "Now, what do you think you should do?" Cultivate a semi-detached attitude of mind as they grow older. You cannot live their lives for them, and the best service you can render them is gradually to merge the role of ruler into that of counselor. If we did not unconsciously assume that we should always be with them, we should do this far more often than we do. It is poor business to delay it until the upset years of adolescence, when the rapidly developing sensation of maturity is apt to go to their youthful heads and result in their seizing the reins when they have had no experience in driving. It is poor business to take chances on being ever at their elbows when decisions have to be made. It is poor business to presume that we shall live always. And it is a particularly blessed and gratifying experience to see our children early becoming able to walk alone and to walk straight. It is a safe situation, and nothing has been lost from the sweetness of the relation of parent and child. Rather, it has been enhanced and crystallized in a form that is permanent. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As present, yet unseen. It was a rash and inexperienced grandmother who addressed her 3-year-old granddaughter as "light of my soul." For the little maiden, after a few minutes of grave consideration, said, "Oh, what is your soul, grandmother? I want to see it." And the question is still unanswered, the demand ungranted. Abstract qualities exemplified in the actions of human beings can be taught in many ways, largely by illustration and example. There are, however, questions with which we all have to deal, which it is particularly difficult to answer satisfactorily. Who is God? Where is He? How can He be somewhere else at the same time? How can He do things all around us without our seeing Him do them? One perplexed mother, strong in her own faith, yet unable to reply satisfactorily, was transfixed by the gaze of a reproachful 7-year-old who said, "Well, you ought to know. You are grown up, aren't you? See how much is expected of us. Omniscience. We have to fail them many times, for it is both inexpedient and wrong to pretend to knowledge which we have not, and yet it were a pity to disappoint them utterly. There are things which we know absolutely to our own satisfaction, things our belief in which is the very foundation on which our lives are reared, and yet which we cannot possibly demonstrate to a child. And it is when we find ourselves in such quandaries as those just quoted, that there comes to us a great opportunity to develop a comprehension of what faith means, the evidence of things unseen, the substance of things hoped for. Those are questions that I cannot answer in exactly the same way that I usually do. There are answers to them, of course, but there are some questions the whole answers of which we do not know yet. We may know that certain things are true without knowing just how they happen. Why will the ball that you have in your hand fall to the floor if you let go of it? Why does it not go up to the ceiling? Why does it not fly off to one side? You never thought of that before, did you? I will tell you. It is because there is a great force, a great strength at work in the world all the time. It never tires, and it never stops. It is always pulling everything towards the center of the earth, pulling down. It makes no noise. It is always just the same. We can always depend on it. It never pulls up, and it never pulls sideways. It never pulls in jerks. It is steady and strong, and it is working everywhere at the same time. But nobody has ever seen it. People have given it a name without seeing it. Would you like to know what it is called? It is the force of gravity. A man might say that he did not believe in the force of gravity because he had never seen it. He would be a very silly man to say that. People would think him quite crazy, but his saying that would make no difference about the force of gravity keeping at work. It would never stop for a minute just because one foolish man did not believe in it. We cannot tell why all this is so, but we know that it is. When people know and yet cannot explain all about it, we say that they have faith that it is so. And again, we can tell our children about a little girl from the tropics coming to the United States in the winter and pitying us because all of our trees were dead. They must be dead, she would say, because they have no leaves on them. They have many trees where I live, and so I know all about trees. They never lose their leaves unless they are dead, and after a tree is once dead, it never puts forth any more leaves. We can understand how sure she might be of all this because in her country there is no cold weather, and the trees are covered with leaves all the year round. She might ask us to explain to her all about it, but you could not do it, could you? She would say that she did not understand how it could be, and you would have to tell her, "It is true. It is one of the things that are, but I cannot tell you just why and how the leaves drop off in the fall, or just why and how they grow out again in the spring. We cannot explain, but we know that it is so. And we have faith that our trees will be covered with leaves again in the spring, as they are every year. And so, by reverent analogy, we may impart to our children a dawning understanding of some of the eternal truths, and of the part which faith must play in the life of all thoughtful people. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reformatory Influence of a Frolic. Do you remember the immortal Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch, who, when she was just worn out with her endless cares and economies, said, "I've got the craziest notion in my head. I'd just give anything to see the show at the Opry House this week." We all have that feeling once in a while, even though we are not cumbered with cares as she was. It is the monotonous round, the sameness, if not the drabness of existence, which palls upon us. To some the experience comes more frequently than to others, and the remedies indicated in different cases vary. The Opry House is not a panacea. To some of us the remedy is a chance to plunge headlong into a book's profound. For others it is a day in the open air. One estimable lady, who had to live under the constant scrutiny of college girls, and who was a model of neatness and order, confessed that she found relief from the constant tension of irreproachability by locking her door on Saturday afternoons for a revel of writing, during which she dropped all answered letters and all first drafts of newspaper articles upon the floor. By the time the half-day ended, she was restored to her usual poise and ready for another 7 days of perfect system. Has it ever occurred to you to wonder if this same sort of malaise is felt by children? Probably not. We think of it as the result of responsibility in the home or in the business world. However, it is quite possible that something of the sort may develop from the constant effort of a child to conform to the standards imposed by adults and the conventionalities of the world ready-made before his advent. The writer has a pathetic memory of a little lad visiting a family of adoring adults who were absolutely unused to children, who began his 4th day by saying, "Please, don't anybody say don't to me today." It is when the nerves of the 2 generations begin to grow tense that there comes a succession of days when friction is the rule instead of complacence, when frowning looks replace smiles, and when the most trivial incident may result in a serious conflict of wills, and in trouble quite disproportioned to the cause. That is the time when the enlightened mother will try to plan for a day off with her children. It may at first seem impossible to achieve. If it continues to seem so, let her try for half a day. If that is impossible, let her do the best she can along that line. It pays. Among the happiest memories of a certain family are those of occasional midsummer days when father was out of town, or amiably consented to dine at a restaurant, and mother and the boys tramped off to a lake in the country for a day of unconventionality. What joyful good nature became evident from the time the procession got under way. How eager the children were to relieve her of all burdens. How solicitous lest she become too tired. How remarkably beautiful the landscape, how funny the little jokes of the day, how interesting the garter snakes or frogs that wiggled or sprawled across the country road. How delicious the dinner, especially if freshly caught fish formed the pièce de résistance. And when the day was ended, what a joyful camaraderie had replaced the irritability of the seemingly remote time before we went fishing. It cannot always be a fishing trip, of course. Tastes vary, as do opportunities. The great thing is to have the change as complete as possible, the whole thing unconventional, and the companionship perfect. To let the children appear to be the leaders and make the decisions adds great zest to the occasion. When the whole day off was out of the question, these same people had a backyard picnic and cooked their dinner out of doors. With the children as hosts, some remarkable methods of serving were evolved. For instance, it was found desirable to provide each with a frying pan for cooking eggs, and bacon was so essential a part of the fun that each desired to cook his own, besides doing his share towards cooking for the parental guests. Naturally, the participants did not all dine at once. They ate seriatim. One of the youthful cooks declared that he thought that somehow things taste more mellow when you cook them out of doors. Eating in a strange place or under strange conditions generally strikes a child as an extremely larky proceeding. Certainly, it is a much more wholesome one than having the fun consist of the richness or the great quantity of the food. Boys sometimes enjoy a basement supper with a packing-case table and a newspaper tablecloth and a steak broiled over the furnace fire. But to paraphrase a saying of the well-known Mrs. Ruggles, it ain't so much what yer does as the way yer does it. The dean of a certain women's college treasures among the choicest recollections of her childhood those of the summer mornings when her busy mother awakened her early, and they stole away to the woodlot of the farm with a carefully prepared breakfast, to eat it there together and watch the sun rise on her birthday. Such days are remembered long after the ordinary ones are forgotten, and how wonderfully that wise and tender mother invested those early hours which she stole from sleep and from the routine labor of the day for the happiness of her child. Make a child happy now, and you will make him happy 20 years from now in the memory of it. And happiness is a great thing. It is one of the means of grace. It contributes to the making of a normal childhood, which is in turn the foundation of normal manhood and womanhood. And happiness is not all that is acquired from such occasional frolics or outings. They develop and strengthen that sense of companionship and community, of interest between parents and children, which is invaluable to the children then, will be their safeguard during the trying years of adolescence, their joy in adult years, and their priceless legacy when the earthly presence of their parents is no longer vouchsafed to them. If parents and children are ever to meet informally and as equals on common ground, it must be on the ground of the child's interests. Too often their interests and pleasures are as different as were the food receptacles of the fabled fox and stork, and there can be no common participation. It is really quite a revelation to some children to find it possible to have companionship with their parents, to consider them otherwise than as caretakers, mentors, and breadwinners. This is a tragic situation for both generations. The happiness of the two may suffer equally, but naturally the characters of the younger generation suffer more. It is not easy when the turbulent years of adolescence come, and how quickly they do come, to establish a habit of companionship and confidence with our children. That must be done earlier. Even if it is done, it may weaken for a time, but it is there to return to. The ultimate return is sure, even if delayed. And perhaps we of the older generation have unconsciously gained something more than happiness from our undignified little excursions into the child's world. A certain well-known bishop was wont to tell how, when saying goodbye to his little son as he started on a lecture tour, he remarked, "Now don't you forget whose boy you are," and received the instant reply, "And don't you forget whose papa you are." Benefits are reciprocal. A frolic eases for all of us that tension from which Americans are said to suffer the most. The benefits of the day persist long after the sun has set, and they are many and varied. And how much pleasanter to use a fishing rod as a corrective agent than to use the kind alluded to in the Scriptures and applied in the traditional manner. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This recording is in the public domain. Constructive Criticism. On a bit of hotel advertising, there lately appeared this request: "If you do not like our service, please tell us why. If you do like it, tell other people." That was good business sense. The grouchy man who is invited to give vent to his grouchiness frequently finds that it evaporates. At all events, the manager who issued the invitation thus volunteered to act as a shock absorber for the bad temper or justifiable indignation of a patron, and doubtless became very tired of his self-appointed task. Either that, or if many complained to him, he learned in simple self-protection to give only a superficial sympathy. What was the real purpose of the request? Would not the malcontent have complained in any case? Of course he would, and all the more insistently if he felt complaints were undesired. The real purpose must have been a tactful driving home of the truth that the privilege of criticizing adversely implies an obligation to speak appreciatively when that is possible. Too many of us forget that obligation. Too many of us, when you get right down to the last analysis, criticize far more to ease our own discontent than to help the other person, the criticizee, so to speak, overcome the fault or mistake upon which we so glibly comment. That is all wrong. Criticism, like matrimony, should not be entered into lightly, nor without due consideration. Consider how much more apt we are to notice shortcomings when we ourselves are ill or overtired. Under those circumstances, it is unwise to offer suggestions as to the mistakes of others. Far better to think over the occasion which annoys us, and then, if, when we are well and rested, criticism still seems desirable, we can go about it more judiciously. It is not a bad idea to formulate a few principles in regard to this overstressed duty. A certain dear, but rather positive old gentleman used laughingly to say in regard to his assertions, "I always think myself right, and I generally am." After his death, his daughter, in alluding to this trait, said, "Father was right. It seems to me that he was practically infallible, and there was a reason for it." While the rest of us were putting into words our own moods and impulses and advancing unweighed opinions, Father was sitting genially silent and non-committal, considering the matter from every angle, so that when he did speak, his words carried weight. If he did not convince us at the time, the course of later events was sure to vindicate him. So with our criticisms of others, and especially of our children, perhaps we can work out certain principles. First, try always to make sure that criticism is necessary. The over-nice parent is soon listened to with indifference. There is no sense in offering advice in regard to a situation badly dealt with, but which can never arise again. Far better pass it over in silence than to make the little blunderer uncomfortable and place him instantly on the defensive. Children come to perceive their own mistakes and naughtiness far oftener than we are apt to realize. Second, if criticism is necessary, it is not always imperative that it be given at once. There is much in choosing the right time for this, always, if possible, when it can be made in private. Auditors become either outspoken or silent partisans, and too frequently the outcome is a distressing family discussion and a child who says, "Everybody is picking on me," and is thoroughly antagonized. Third, try to express appreciation of some pleasant phase of the matter under discussion before your adverse opinion is voiced, for this disarms resentment. For instance, "Ned, I think you work very faithfully at clearing away the dead leaves, and I know that it is a tedious task when there are so many to be handled. I believe that if you would pack them a trifle more firmly into the basket when carrying them to the bonfire, it would be better, because then they could not blow back over the ground which has been cleared. You just remember to try it tonight after school, and then praise Ned when he does remember." Fourth, always assume that the person criticized wants to do right, and that you and he are really agreed, not opposed in the matter. Fifth, never offer a criticism unless it is constructive. That is to say, do not find fault with an action unless you can suggest an improvement on it. You will remember that Holmes said in effect that this world is peopled by two classes: those who go ahead and do something, and those who sit back and ask why it was not done in some other way. And our beloved Roosevelt declared that the only man who made no mistakes was the man who did nothing. After all, most of our criticisms should be directed at ourselves, silent but effective, and we can best help our children by teaching them to discover and rectify their own faults and mistakes. Any other method is at best only a temporary expedient, to be abandoned as soon as is safely possible. We parents should seldom think of ourselves as mentors, but always as friends, companions, chums, not so much proclaiming the child's faults to him as providing an environment of high ideals, right living, and affection in which he can best work out for himself normal standards of action. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The mind is its own place. Somebody has said that people can be divided into three great classes: those who think well, those who think badly, and those who do not think at all. Presumably, we think. Presumably also, we think well. And the main question for us to consider is whether, having experienced the clean and enduring happiness of being able to think things out logically and dispassionately, and of intellectual diversion in a life of outward monotony, we are doing our best to pass on this great boon. The life of many American young people outside the home does not afford much chance or inspiration for thoughtfulness on their part, although heaven knows that it shows great need of it. If it is not supplemented in the home, our children are apt eventually to swell the ranks of those who do not think at all, if indeed they do not fall in step with those who think badly. Perhaps there may come a wholesome reaction from the established American tendency to overstimulate and to dwell unduly on the material pleasures. If so, who are to bring in the dawning of that new day? Who but the parents of today, training the children of today, who in turn will be the parents of tomorrow? And if this thought, with its widespread significance, does not appeal to us, perhaps the welfare and happiness of our own little lads and lasses will do so. It is such a wonderful and blessed thing to have a mind which of itself doth make this world a heaven or hell, that it is well worth while training its ability to make a heaven instead of a hell. It is said, by a male essayist, of course, that women lack pauses for fructifying thought. And a woman who has lacked pauses for anything can hardly take issue with the essayist. She simply admits it. At the same time, honesty compels her to admit, quite confidently of course, that many of us needlessly form the habit of ceaseless occupation and have no pauses for thought, because we take no thought as to the pauses. A vicious cycle has been formed, from which we do not break away, and we are in danger of losing our sense of life's real values. It is serious enough when our own lives are impoverished thus. It is infinitely more serious when, through our own blindness, indifference, or recklessness, we allow our children to grow up in ignorance of the mind's supremacy. This does not necessarily mean the early and steadfast setting apart of money for a child's college education, however desirable a thing that may be. For some children, a college education may be only a disastrous interruption of the successful onward sweep of the life to which they were foreordained by special fitness. Or it may keep single too long those who would be happier and better in modest homes of their own. It may be merely a failure, precluding for a time at least what might have been a success. No, it does not do to relegate this endeavor to the future, to be carried out by others or not at all. The present is ours. The future may not be, and of the two the present is the more valuable, for it is the more plastic period of a child's life. Let us help him to original thought, as well as to pleasure in the thought of others. Let us not give all our quiet hour in the early candlelight to reading aloud, but take part of it for thinking about interesting and beautiful things. Suppose we pretend that we are going on a journey to Aunt Mary's house, and that it is summer. We have enjoyed all the spring flowers in our garden, and have watched the birds building their nests in our trees, and now the weather has grown so hot that we are going up to spend the summer with her in the country. Next may come the imaginary preparations for the journey, suggested by first one and then another. The packing of the toys, the saying goodbye to friends, the closing of the house and the drive to the station, the excitement of boarding the train and settling in our places. Then we pretend that we are looking out the windows on opposite sides of the train, and we tell what we see. Now we are almost there. Everybody look after his own luggage and remember everything for which he is responsible. There is Aunt Mary herself down to meet us. We arrive at the farm, and by this time we are really quite excited, for there are other people to greet, and there are all the horses and cows that we saw last year, and a dog with a wagging tail, and a sleepy cat curled up on the railing of the porch. Somebody thinks that there may be new kittens in the hayloft, and we climb the steep stairs to see. Perhaps the youngest child is supposed to be ahead of the rest, and he calls out, "I see 3 little kittens all around asleep." Another child says, "I see a white one." Another, "I see a yellow one," and a fourth, "I see a black one." And so it goes, with father or mother offering a suggestion now and then to make the picture more complete. Isn't it fun? Try it and see. Imaginations improve by practice, and each such trip is likely to be better than the preceding one. And all the time the weather outside may be a howling blizzard, and the furnace may be sulking, so that the travelers are obliged to sit close to the register for warmth. Truly the mind is its own place. It is never expedient to point the moral to a child, yet it is very easy, when little people are accustomed to such diversions as this, to help them prove to their own satisfaction that it is pleasant to ignore the blizzards of life, the ills which we cannot remedy, and to think of those things which are pure and lovely and of good report. It is easy, as they grow older, to lead them to feel a responsibility for their thoughts. Of course, there are many hard and sad things which we have to think about at times, many difficult problems which we have to solve. But when it is not our duty to be thinking about them, and there is nothing which we can be doing to improve them, why, then it is much wiser and happier for us to turn our thoughts away to something sweet and cheerful. There are different ways of driving this truth home. Bad temper, despondency, jealousy, all these evil thoughts are like imps that should be driven into a dungeon, and the door quickly shut and barred on them. As soon as this is done, we must ask good and lovely spirits to dwell with us in the place of those whom we have cast out. Does this strike you as pagan in its tendency? Do you think it would be wiser to make this a matter of simple religion? But this illustration does not conflict with the highest ideals of Christianity. It is but an illustration adapted to the mind of the child, as were the scripture parables adapted to the comprehension of the simple Galilean country folk, to whom they were spoken by the wisest and greatest teacher of all the ages. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Courtesy. It sometimes seems somewhat unfortunate that the persons most responsible for the manners of youths should be the very ones whom they most often see hurried, worried, and extremely tired, their mothers. And when we remember the old saying that example is stronger than precept, the wonder grows. In spite of which we persevere with our solicitous injunctions, and do our best to instill courtesy by both example and precept. At first it is comparatively simple. Shake hands with a lady, dear, the other hand, and say, "How do you do?" And the docile little chap offers his tender hand and murmurs something which passes for the correct salutation. Then it is, "Do not pass in front of people," and "Always say 'excuse me' when you wish to leave the table." As our children grow older, there are more and more details of etiquette to be explained to them, such a mass of apparently arbitrary custom as we ourselves seldom realize, because we mastered what we know so long ago that it has become an unconscious accomplishment. We almost wonder that children can do some of the things which are done by those born into our homes. We forget that every little child starts in primitive and has to pass through in his one life all the development that has brought mankind from the level of the cave dweller to his present condition of more or less sweetness and light. He has environment and the achievements of his ancestors to help him upward, but he himself has to pass through all the stages. Is it any wonder that he sometimes acts like a barbarian? Is it any wonder that our affectionate and misguided efforts often result in a distressing self-consciousness and sometimes in open rebellion? There is a good deal in the way a thing is done, you know. There is a good deal in selecting the right keys to strike if one wants harmonious results. And a certain tendency to strengthen one's influence by alluding to the impressions made upon others is sure to produce self-consciousness, if it produces anything. You know what is meant "Don't speak to Mrs. Blank in that way, Willie. She will think you a very rude little boy. Show Mr. Smith how nicely you can shake hands," or "Nice children do not pass through doorways ahead of older people." Of course, a child becomes self-conscious when he hears that sort of thing every day, and self-consciousness shows itself in various ways. Sometimes it makes a child rebel flatly against all the little acts of courtesy because he feels he cannot stand the scrutiny to which they subject him. Sometimes it makes him painfully shy, so that he will stand twisting the toe of his shoe around in your best rug when you are especially eager to have him easily cordial to a caller. Sometimes it makes him into an obnoxious little prig, which is perhaps the worst alternative of all. It may not be the quickest way, but it certainly is the best way to develop fine, spontaneous courtesy by speaking of the motive behind all these small social customs before insisting upon the customs themselves. The motive, you know, is consideration for others. Always leave the child to think of others rather than himself. That is not difficult. If you were to call at Mrs. Blank's, Willie, and she were to speak crossly to you, it would spoil your call and make you unhappy. When she comes to our house, we want to make her feel happy and welcome, so we smile when we greet her. We are cordial in our manner, and sometimes we show her some little courtesy that makes her more comfortable. If the sun comes out suddenly and shines in her eyes, we lower the shade a bit rather than make her change her seat. I always am pleased when my friends' children shake hands with me. I would give that pleasure to Mr. Smith and father's other friends if I were you. We honor older people by letting them pass out ahead of us. When you are an old man, younger people will stand back for you. It is one of the ways of playing fair. When older people were small, they stood back, and now it is their turn to go first. Also, if the child says he hates to do these things because it makes people look at him, it is easy and truthful to say that they are sure to look at him and think about him if he does not do the right thing, whereas if he does it, they merely have a comfortable feeling that all is right and pleasant because he is doing what is customary. It is the unusual thing which we think most about. If a carpenter should place a doorknob an inch higher or lower than is the rule, the custom, we would think about that doorknob every time we have to use it. We never stop to think about knobs that we find in the usual place. We grasp and turn them and go on, satisfied and comfortable. And then there are the small courtesies of the telephone for the present-day child to master. See, the reason for all these customs, dear, when a stranger comes to the house on business, he introduces himself first, either by handing out a card which bears his name, or by speaking. After that he tells his errand. If a friend comes, our eyes tell us who it is. Over the telephone, our hearing alone does not always tell us who is talking. For that reason, we should always give our names when we answer the telephone or call a person. We say, "This is Mrs. Brown talking," or "This is Mary Smith speaking." That makes it easier and pleasanter for the other person. And then there is the magic of speaking voice. It is a wonderful thing to have a beautiful singing voice, one with which a single person on the stage of an opera house can give pleasure to several thousand people in the seats. There are not many such voices, but there are many, many which can give great pleasure by speaking courteously, and there are countless opportunities for doing that every day, although the chances of singing to people come but seldom. We do not sufficiently prize a good speaking voice, nor do we give enough thought to using our own voices wisely. Why not play at telephoning with your children once in a while, using a cord stretched from room to room before they are old enough to use the instrument itself? Act in the dual capacity of central and the person called or calling, and vary your own voice for the different conversations, letting him guess whether you meant it to sound pleased, hurried, or cross. Let him also guess how you must be looking while speaking. You can guess how he is looking. He may try to fool you by looking pleasant and speaking irritably. If so, it will give you all the better chance to make your point. Don't you see that unless you are careful to make your voice sound good-natured and say the polite things, people will think you cross and get quite the wrong idea? When we talk over the telephone, all that people can judge us by is our voices, so we need to be very careful about them, else we make others uncomfortable. There are proverbs, old saws, and many short verses which help to deepen desirable impressions, and there are illustrations to be made also. Hearts like doors open with ease to very, very tiny keys. And don't forget that 2 of these are I thank you and if you please. Politeness lubricates life. Show your child how much more easily his cart runs when the wheels are oiled. The day's work in either school or home goes more smoothly when the oil of politeness is used. And do not forget to teach him how a kind apology helps to undo the mischief wrought by either carelessness or intent. We mothers often need to apologize because in our haste or in our nervousness we often hurt others. We must never let our false pride or a mistaken sense of expediency stay our tongues when we should say, "Forgive me, I am sorry." Those of us who have lived long have had many opportunities to observe that when real consideration of others is present, the lack of training in etiquette is not so serious. For the quiet bearing, the lack of self-assertion, the thinking of others more highly than of ourselves, the doing unto others as we would that they should do unto us, these things are the fruit of the Spirit quite as often as of social training. The great thing is to grasp the idea of gentleness and consideration first, and then, as opportunity offers, to let the technique of social observance be added unto them. It is here, as everywhere else, the finer the motive, the better the result, even though the result be something small in itself. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A liberal attitude towards slang. There is no use in trying to ignore the problem of slang. It is ever with us. We may be deeply opposed to it, determined not to admit it to our vocabularies, even more determined to root it out from those of our children, and then find ourselves situated somewhat as was the estimable woman who, after impressively reprimanding her college girl daughter for using it, remarked firmly, "It is quite unworthy of you. You must cut it out." It is so insidious, so universal, so intensely impressive when used with a proper sense of values. Moreover, the word which was the slangiest of slang in our youthful days may suddenly confront us from the pages of our latest edition dictionary, now recognized as a word in good and regular standing. To have condemned the use of that particular word by our descendants leaves us in an embarrassing position. We have a momentary impulse to sequester or to mutilate the book. Children, especially adolescents, have such annoyingly good memories of our former rulings. And with adolescents, the problem of slang is most acute, for they are at the age when conventional modes of speech do not satisfy. Lounsbury says, slang is an effort on the part of the users of language to say something more vividly, strongly, concisely than the language existing permits it to be said. It is the source from which the decaying energies of speech are constantly refreshed. And we have been tempted to deny refreshment to the energies of speech. It seems the better way to adopt a liberal attitude towards slang. There are 3 undeniable objections to it, not all applicable to a single expression as a rule. Let us base our objections on these 3 facts. First, some slang is known to be of disreputable or even obscene origin. To such we must object. Second, expletive or other slang which expresses ill temper is always in bad taste, as ill temper itself is in bad taste. That should be banned. Third, all slang, if used in excess, tends to limit or impair the normal vocabulary, and to that extent is a mischief maker. This last point is not so easily comprehended by a child, but it is quickly demonstrated. The trouble is that when a fellow has the habit of using too much slang, he makes one slang word take the place of many better words which could really tell what he means much more perfectly than that single slang word can. He speaks of a dandy girl, a dandy dinner, and a dandy sunset, when what he really means is a pleasant girl, a delicious dinner, and a gorgeous sunset. And if he goes on doing this week after week, he soon has only one poor little adjective to do the work of 3 fine ones. That means that he is growing up with a poor vocabulary, a poor stock of words to use. It is a great thing to have a fine vocabulary, much more desirable than to have a fine wardrobe, and much more lasting. The articles in a wardrobe wear out, you know, but the words in a vocabulary do not. It is very easy also to stimulate the interest of a child in the right sort of words, to tell him what Robert Louis Stevenson said about the desirability of making your words fit closely about your meaning. If he has read Treasure Island, help him notice how Stevenson made his words fit closely about his meaning, so that when you read the book, you really seem to see Long John Silver and to hear the stumping of his wooden leg. It is easy, in a twilight visit, to make a child realize how difficult it would be to communicate our own ideas, desires, and needs to others if it were not for words. What a loss it would be to the world if some fine, useful word should be forgotten by everybody. Suppose the word fire were lost. How could we manage without it? What mistakes and accidents would happen? What trouble would come from the lack of just that one little word? Before we were born, the people who were in the world had a language ready for us. All we have to do is to learn to use it correctly and to take care of it so that we may keep it right for our children to use. Fortunately, it is not necessary to be a classical student in order to make the English language a fascinating subject of thought. There are countless ways of doing so. If there is a baby in the household, the older children are sure to be devoted to him, and it is interesting to watch the growth of his vocabulary, to see how sure he is to learn first those words of which he has the greatest need in his circumscribed life, how after he has a few nouns mastered, he adds a few verbs, and how the adjectives and adverbs have to wait until later. Even a child can understand that the adjectives and adverbs, whether you call them that or not, are the words that ornament our sentences. They are the words that Stevenson used to help us know exactly how Long John Silver looked and the way in which he did things. If Stevenson had not written Long John Silver, we might have thought of him as a very short man, you know. An occasional compliment bestowed on a child for an especially good description is helpful too. Thank you, Herbert, for telling me so nicely about the little lake which you saw today. You made me feel almost as though I had seen it. The point where the boat was beached must be beautiful, with its old birches leaning over the water, its clumps of red-barked dogwood, and the old cedars where the squirrels frisk around. It is a great thing to be able to give pleasure in that way, by noticing what one sees, and then having the right words ready in which to tell other people about it. Does this seem to have very little bearing on the problem of slang? It has a great deal, and it is thoroughly practical. Slang cannot cope successfully with good English where a careful description, a vivid word picture is desired, and to arouse an interest in such legitimate and effective expression early in life is a most efficient way of forestalling the craze for slang, which is sure to assert itself in the early teens. It is a method akin to that of the prairie pioneers, who, when they saw the sky to windward reddened by a grass fire, got out their plows and surrounded their precious buildings by protective furrows made as wide as time would permit, and then resorted to backfiring to enlarge their safety zone. It did not extinguish the prairie fire, that was impossible, but it ensured its sweeping past and burning itself out without destroying their most valuable possessions. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The written word. It is said that the average Chinese have such a reverence for the written word as implicitly to believe whatever comes to them in black and white, and that unprincipled foreigners who know this Chinese trait have utilized it by printing deceptive advertisements. We who have been brought up on handbills, daily papers, and posters are not so credulous. Nevertheless, what we read ofttimes impresses us more than what we hear. When it reiterates what we hear, the impression is intensified. Hence, it pays to advertise. We grow so tired of reiterating necessary admonitions and of suppressing unnecessary ones that it is a great relief occasionally to resort to memoranda, notices, and small posters when our young people have reached the age of comprehending such things. It is an efficient plan and saves much annoyance. Also, it introduces an element of novelty into the monotonous succession of parental injunctions. Our children are always surprising us, you know, sometimes pleasantly and sometimes quite otherwise, but to them we usually show great sameness. This, by the way, has several disadvantages. They take us too much for granted. They do not stop to consider us afresh. They never acquire the wholesome attitude of detached consideration. Most homemakers will agree that they usually discover advantageous new arrangements of the furnishings of their homes when the routine of daily living is broken into by preparation for company. Then they halt and consider every familiar detail from the point of view of the expected guest. What questions are settled during the sweeping? What unforeseen solutions dawn upon one when dusting? And all under the stimulus of the unusual, for the material at hand may not have changed a whit. So in dealing with our children, a touch of the unexpected does help wonderfully. And when a dash of fun can be added, why, so much the better. A conspicuous poster pinned to the curtain of a girl's room, the owners would like to offer a reward of $500 for the return of their set of Mark Twain to the library. Or a notice pinned to a boy's pillow which says, "Pajamas found on the floor of the owner's room will hereafter be hidden by the chambermaid," and has a skinny-looking figure composed of a few angular lines and a circular head, the face showing a downward turn of mouth and eyes pointing to the printing. All such devices utilized occasionally are very practical. It is practical also, when pinning notices to pillows, to use tinted paper and a safety pin, else the occupant of the bed may discover more point to it all than was intended. It does not take long to do such things, and it pays in more ways than one, as the experimenter will soon discover. One 12-year-old lad, whose busy mother still managed to steal time from the larger affairs of life for such expedients as this for lessening the friction without lowering the standards of the home training, one day found her son considering her with eyes which were at once puzzled and affectionately smiling. "I should think," he remarked, "that I would be used to you by this time, but I am not. Every now and then you do such an unexpected thing that I just have to sit down and think about you." And he never dreamed that he was complimenting her and assuring her of the most complete success of her small diversifications. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Personal possessions. Do you remember how, when you were small, you acquired from various unique but legitimate sources a collection of most treasured belongings, and what difficulty you had in retaining possession of them? It was a running fight with the powers of the household, who, strangely enough, did not seem to envy you your belongings, but appeared obsessed by a desire to cast them out. Collections differ, and those of sons surpass in extent and gruesomeness those of daughters. Yet it is perhaps quite fair to assume that the treasures of both include such things as dried autumn leaves, faded now, but capable of a transitory brightness if licked on the right side, queer buttons of engaging shape and colors, chippings of rocks, gathered from around new residences and showing gleams of pyrites which the owner feels certain are gold, some bits of colored glass, and a few large fungi which develop peculiar and uncanny odors indoors. Do you remember when you possessed such treasures and fought for them? From such situations come some of the keenest heartaches of childhood, and some of the least comprehended. One of the unfortunate features of the whole business is the faculty with which the average mother forgets or underestimates the child's interest in his treasures when it comes into conflict with her adult passion for system and order. There is no denying, however, that there is a trait to which our acquired abilities as housekeepers must defer, if we would avoid the breeding of secret bitterness. We must endure this developing phase of the acquisitive instinct in our children, as our parents should have endured it in us. We must endure it, but that is no reason why we should not guide its various manifestations. It should be another occasion for cooperation rather than for conflict. There must be some place provided where collections may be kept, and where, as long as they are within bounds and tidily bestowed, they are absolutely safe from molestation by even the most diligent housekeeper. During spring cleaning, that annual period known but too well in most households, when everyday energy develops into a veritable berserker rage for clearing out. Permit your child the use of an old bureau, a set of bookshelves, curtained discreetly, contained, or even let him improvise one from odds and ends of lumber, which can be put up somewhere about the place for the use of the young curator. Utilize rainy days, or those during which he is kept in by slight illness, for having him rearrange, clean, and label his belongings, and, if he is old enough to read independently, help him read up a bit in the encyclopedia, or in the more practical little reference books now printed for amateurs. The chances are that he will outgrow these youthful enthusiasms quite as his seniors do their fads, but there is always a possibility that in geology, entomology, botany, or what not, he will find the beginning of a lifelong avocation, if not his vocation itself. If we desire our children to respect our property, we must respect theirs, no matter how valueless it may seem to us. It is part of our job to do so. We should not like it, you know, if we returned tired and hungry some late afternoon to find our repositories ransacked and their contents sent to the dump heap. It is conceivable that, under such circumstances, we might become petulant and indulge in recriminations, if not reprisals. It is much better to permit the children to do their own weeding out, and here is a practical suggestion. Always have them select one by one the articles which are to be kept, not those which are to be thrown away. Such tasks are apt to become irksome, and it is all a question of method whether the unhandled residue is to stay or to go. In some households there is a satisfactory rule that any plaything left lying around at bedtime shall be put away by the mother for a whole week. A dated slip is attached to avoid error, and there are no exceptions made to this rule. This is a very mild penalty, but the inevitability is what makes it effective. Another helpful method is good when children must play, as most of them do, in the room where others are. Establish the custom that when a child is through playing with a certain article, he shall replace it on his shelves or in his chest before taking out another. This is a tidy way of managing, and a habit which, once established, will be of use to him in later life. It is much better than having clearings up every few hours when father is about to arrive for a meal or when a caller comes. The idea back of it is so much superior. It is order for order's sake, and not merely for the sake of impressing others. It is a much more self-respecting method. The other may strike a child as hypocritical, even though it has never occurred to his parents as being so. Where there are many children, it is naturally much more difficult to fix the responsibility for order. The best one can do is to encourage high ideals and be sure to compliment the ones who do well. Government by well-chosen praise often accomplishes wonders, and if a compliment goes astray, it is not so serious as a misdirected reproof. One source of friction among children is mixed ownership of playthings. It is always well to remember this when making gifts. One gift each for Edward and Charles is infinitely better than two bestowed upon them jointly. And when they are old enough to earn money and invest it in tools or playthings, it will forestall much trouble if there is a rule against partnership investments. This might better be enforced from the start, even in cases where it seems to work hardship by delaying the purchase. Even if two small partners are by nature equally careful, and they seldom are, there are always accidents and mischances to be reckoned on. There is a small end to every problem, and what appears at first glance to be his picking up his playthings is in reality the beginning of respect for property. his own and that of others. You know the waif who has nothing of his own cannot understand property rights, and vandalism and larceny do not mean to him what they do to us. Give him something to own and cherish, and the word theft begins to acquire meaning for him. The human derelict, taken in by a social worker and permitted to sleep in his shed after receiving an outfit of second-hand clothing, lay awake most of the night after discovering that the lock on the outside door was en de bum. To have no individual ownership predisposes to Bolshevism and the undesirable forms of socialism. To own even a handful of toys begets an understanding of the capitalistic class, but it need not harden the heart. Along with the joy of possession must go the feeling of responsibility, of stewardship. To have playthings is to be able to share. If a playmate is shut in with a sprained ankle or any other disability, which is obviously non-communicable, it is easy to suggest lending him an interesting book or toy for the afternoon, when all the other fellows will be in school, and he will be lonely. To have toys which have become old stories to their possessor is to have the chance to clean and mend them for bestowal on some little unfortunate who has none. An occupation in which thrift and generosity may beautifully blend, and when you come to think about it, there are comparatively few occupations in which they do. As to the character of a child's personal possessions, they should be substantial and in good taste always, whether they are toys or clothing, and there should not be too many of them. If gifts come in a flood, as they sometimes do, it is better to put a part of them away after the first mad ecstasy of ownership is past, and then to bring them out for special occasions or when the first relay have to be retired. There is no pleasure in satiety. Certain toys should always be taboo, of course, those which are too intricate or too perishable, those which cost too much to maintain in operation, as for instance some locomotives which require too many cell batteries for the parental purse. Military toys and nerve-wracking puzzles. There are enough good toys on the market to make it quite needless to buy objectionable ones. Small copies of household working equipment should always be included with what are merely playthings. A little broom carefully wielded may save a busy mother much looking after the hearth, the porches, or even the crumbs on the dining room floor. If a small dustpan accompanies it, and a tiny iron may soon be used to advantage on the day when the family ironing is done, it is educational fun, and that is the best kind. No life is satisfactory which does not find pleasure in work, and no childhood is satisfactory which does not place work among the pleasures. We live in a material world. We do not wish to be too materialistic, so we must begin early to have the right attitude towards these things, which Emerson declared were in the saddle riding mankind. To hold our possessions carefully, but not too tightly, to acquire more honorably, to share them wisely and generously. In short, to be good stewards is an ideal well worth securing by the expenditure of both time and thought. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Self-sacrifice. Is it presumptuous to write anything regarding the unselfishness of parents, particularly mothers, when so many beautiful and tender tributes have already been penned to those who sacrifice themselves unquestioningly to their offspring? It would be if the purpose were but additional glorification of the sacrificial spirit, but there is a less poetic and charming side to the question which seldom finds recognition on the printed page, and which needs consideration. In fact, a great deal which passes for self-sacrifice is quite the opposite quality. If it were not that so many charming and excellent women were deceiving themselves in regard to this, to their own detriment and the infinite and permanent injury of their children, it would be much pleasanter for us to accept with becoming modesty and deprecation the tributes of authors and friends, and indulge in a little surreptitious conceit. But only truth ever avails anything in the end, and an unpleasant truth is a much safer companion than a pleasant untruth. The central idea of sacrifice is the destroying or giving up of something for the sake of something else, and if we cling to the definition and force ourselves to do a bit of clear thinking in regard to it, we may learn something. Let us always make sure what that something else is for which we deny ourselves. If we do this, we are apt to make some astonishing discoveries. There is no more appealing and pathetic glimpse of motherhood than that suggested by the weary woman in the background of Luke Fields's picture, The Doctor. We who have watched night after night with sick children while other members of the family slept sweetly in their comfortable beds, because they must work on the morrow, and beware there was no hope of snatching a compensating nap, no self-sacrifice, pure and simple. In such service we give all for the children's health. Yet there was a mother whose 12-year-old son had a penchant for green apples, with the result that year after year she had had campaigns of wakefulness and concern on his account, when her broken nights had to be followed by busy days, while the little sinner remained home from school and dozed through a luxurious convalescence. Then she came to her senses. For what was she sacrificing herself? The lad would indulge in forbidden fruit again as soon as the memory of his pain should become slightly dulled. So she turned over a new leaf. "My son," she said, "it is not fair that I should be disturbed by illness caused by your disobedience. After this, when your foolish eating makes you ill, I shall expect to sleep on undisturbed. If you think heat would lessen your pain, you can start a fire in the kitchen, heat your water, and fill your own hot water bag. But you must be very quiet about it, so as not to awaken anyone else." He had one such solitary night of suffering as she had foreseen. She chanced to waken and heard him stealing softly about, but she kept still, and when morning came, merely remarked that he had managed very well, and did not modify the effect of her ruling by undue sympathy or praise. Neither did she permit him to remain away from school. He was always able to resist the seductions of green apples after that. She had been stepping in between cause and effect, in helping him combat the pain which he so richly deserved to suffer. She had not been doing her real duty. She had been mistaken in her conception of duty, and during that wakeful night when she lay still, she found that her nights of nursing had really been the easier. Her true sacrifice came in letting him suffer alone. Sometimes we say, "I have not been a selfish mother. I have gone without new things many times myself, just so that my daughters could have the latest styles and hats and other dainties, like the girls whose parents are wealthier than we." It seems as though young girls want everything nowadays. Is that self-sacrifice, or is it unrecognized self-indulgence? May it not be a mixture of pride in seeing the girls take their place in a class where they do not really belong, and a wish to avoid scenes which would ensue if they were denied? When we get right down to the last analysis, mothers have no right to dress their children beyond their station in life. To do so is to lay the foundation for future trouble for both them and their parents. They are very peculiar young people who do not have their period of conceit, their time of thinking they know better than their parents, during the teenage. In some cases it is frankly outspoken, in others it is merely the undercurrent which makes smooth sailing difficult. Even those who have been most amiable to reasonable guidance may decide that they know better than their seniors how to shape their lives. Of course, the opinion does not prove the case, but if, in the years when they were smaller, they found it possible to carry their point against the better judgment of their parents, the years of adolescence become doubly difficult and dangerous. If it is not checked at the outset, the tendency to bring up their parents is apt to become almost unbearable. Better to meet it with smiling frankness, as did one little woman, the morning after her son had been given her numerous pointers on dress, deportment, and personal affairs in general. She listened without comment, while his youthful annoyance spent itself, and merely said, "Well, I will think this over." The next day after breakfast, when a night's sleep and a good meal had presumably restored her son's poise, she said, "Now, my son, I have been considering the matters you were speaking about last evening. I have considered them quite thoroughly. I have decided that it will relieve your mind greatly if you do not have to feel yourself responsible for re-educating your mother. I was educated once when I was young, you know, and although I am still conscious of imperfections which I try to remedy, I have made a very fair success of life so far. I have a satisfactory social position and many very loyal friends. So far as I know, I have never been severely criticized or regarded with disapproval by the people outside the home. I have been successful as a self-supporting woman and as a homemaker. I am no longer to be considered an experiment. Of course, I appreciate your interest in me, but," and here she smiled mischievously, "I think I do not need your tuition or criticism. If you feel like forming somebody's character along ideal lines, I suggest you try a 16-year-old. Somebody who has not yet proved himself." The 16-year-old before her looked bewildered, indignant, and was just about to settle into sulkiness when that twinkling smile appealed to his sense of humor. He smiled. Both laughed. There was a hearty shaking of hands as the little mother extended hers, and then she ran away before there was a chance for the perfect moment to pass. The boy might not have had the sense of humor. He might have sulked for days. What if he had? He would have recovered ultimately if his mother had ignored his sulkiness and gone serenely about her own affairs, and the tendency to criticize would have been checked. It would have been worth while. Tired mothers, weak mothers, ignorant and misguided mothers shrink from the conflict of wills with their children, even when they know themselves to be absolutely in the right. It is not self-sacrifice, but self-indulgence, and they pay dearly for it in the end. Their children pay for it also, and more dearly than their mothers, because in their case it is character in the formative period which suffers. They do not love their parents any more dearly for such weakness, and they do not respect them so much. There will always be ample chance for the real, beautiful, consecrated self-sacrifice of which poets sing. We need to watch ourselves and guard against its dangerous counterfeit, even if that watchfulness costs us some bad quarter hours, which may be misunderstood for a while. The outcome will be happiness and peace. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Parental Prestige. There is a wise saying well known among political economists, to the effect that all just governments derive their powers from the consent of the governed. It is not customary to think of this as applicable to the control of children by their parents, but it might well be. To impose control upon an unwilling populace is to court trouble, whether that populace be composed of millions or of hundreds, and the same principle holds true even in case the populace has dwindled to one. This is not meant to imply that individual prohibitions, shuttings up, or even the possible spanking of a child too young to be amenable to reason must be visé at the time by the culprit. Naturally not. It does not mean that parents should so establish themselves in the esteem of their children as to be able with confidence to appeal from Philip drunk to Philip sober. Without possessing the respect and confidence of children in their sober moments, no parents can govern and guide to good effect. It is true that they must suppress quite successfully, and that, for the time being, this may pass for that sometimes commented on wonderful control, but the test comes when, for one reason or another, suppression is impossible. Then the fallacy of it all is revealed. In one of the large training schools of our country, where there was much practice teaching by students, they were warned not to be unduly elated if, for the first 3 days after assuming charge of a group of young pupils, everything moved along in perfect order. That, the training teacher was wont to say, implies that your predecessor was a success, and it is on the 4th day that her influence will be weakening and your own put to the test. No teacher is a success whose pupils will not go on well for at least a few days in her absence. The same might well be said of parents. Suppressing of disorder and naughtiness may be far better than letting children run wild, but it is certainly far inferior to inspiring them with affection and high ideals which shall serve to hold them true when their parents are absent. Under these circumstances, it becomes vitally important that our children shall think well of us, that we shall stand guiltless before the bar of their judgment. What do they think of us anyhow? They see us behind the scenes as well as before the footlights of life's stage. Make-up will not deceive them. We shall not count for anything more than we are. Of that you may be sure. We may, if we do not give thought to it, count for much less than we are, because we underestimate their capacity for appreciation and keep shut away from them such treasures of manner, thought, and spirituality as we gladly share with our social equals. If there is one place in the universe where we should most gladly give our best, it is at home. There is no other place where the obligation is so great, nor is there one which can bestow so sweet an ultimate reward. If we do our best, we shall often fall far short of being what we desire. But our children are quick to recognize and appreciate honest effort, so we shall not have utterly failed after all. It is not only in the larger aspects of life that we win prestige with our children. Little things count tremendously, and life is composed of the greater part of trifles. We may be admired for our morals, as Emerson said, but we are loved for our manners. Our boys and girls are much swayed naturally by the judgment of those associates who are their peers in the matter of age and experience, and so, for expediency, if for no better reason, we should enlarge our charmed circle once in a while to take in the playmates and school friends among whom so much of their time is passed. We must know as much as possible of the character of our children's associates, and it is very wise to win their good opinion of us. It gives a lad's respect for his mother a tremendous brace when his companion says to him, "Gee, but your mother knows a lot." If your beauty-loving little daughter brings some playmates into the kitchen when you are taking a pan of cookies from the oven, and it is remarkable how often these two happenings coincide, her admiration for you is sure to rise if a companion remarks later between mouthfuls, "Your mother always looks pretty, doesn't she? I wish that mine would wear pink aprons in the kitchen." Afterward, when you have to make some ruling which bears down upon the crowd of children who are romping about the place, and your own feel that it is inhospitable or may be unpopular, the boy who respected your intelligence and the girl who admired your apron are sure to sustain your judgment. It may be only with a rough, "Aw, come on, your mother's all right," but it carries much weight. Wise parents encourage their children to play at home, even though it means, as it frequently does, keeping open house for a flock of small neighbors. This gives an opportunity for a quiet estimation of their desirability, and it also gives an observant mother a chance to get a very useful consensus of opinion about teachers, absent playfellows, and other matters concerning child welfare. Many an invaluable suggestion floats up to a mother who sews inside an open window when her children are playing outside. Those who rear children must learn to plan far ahead, to be ready for many contingencies which may never arise. Somebody is going to provide the standards for the little coterie to which your children belong. That somebody may or may not be the right sort of person. It cannot be anyone who will have their best interests more at heart than you. Why should you not be the person? Why should you not be so respected and loved by those who have become youths and maidens that they will accept your standards as quickly as those of others? Life has given you the ascendancy in the first place by giving you the plastic years of your children's lives most intimately and exclusively. It remains with you yourself whether you will retain it, and if you retain it, how you will use it. There is nothing reprehensible in longing to win as much prestige as possible among the young people. It is much more worthwhile than any which can be won in the world of society, and it will be much more lasting. If permitting other small boys to corral their mud turtles along with those of your own lad in your backyard gives you a hold on those boys, try to take the turtles in. If permitting attic parties to thunder over your head on rainy days furnishes safe and wholesome diversion for the crowd, why, limit the hours as discreetly as possible. Plug your ears with cotton and welcome the parties. One elderly mother, in talking to her middle-aged daughter, said, "I never knew why I succeeded so much better than my friends in keeping my child's confidence during the teenage." And the reply came like a flash, "Because you always chummed with me before that age." And it is true that it is much easier and safer to keep the child's respect, love, and confidence than it is to be indifferent or preoccupied for a while and then try to win it back. Loving our own children should make all children dearer to us. A certain big attic, which had witnessed all sorts of youthful stunts, from boxing matches and 10 pins to bicycle races, and had harbored 28 boys with more or less regularity on the rainy days of a decade or so, is enshrined in their memories as a sort of youthful paradise. One of the visiting boys recently paid his respects to the hospitable mother who had welcomed him along with the rest, and chuckled over some of the reminiscences which they revived. Then he sobered and added, "I want to tell you how the memories of those days helped me last year. I was farming, you know, and my wife was terribly sick for 6 weeks in my busiest season. We were too poor to hire the help we needed, and I had to work all day in the fields and then relieve the nurse at night. I got only 2 hours of unbroken sleep in each 24, and some naps when my wife was dozing. I don't see now how I lived through it. Well, there were times when it seemed to me that I should break down utterly, and then I used to pretend I was back in your attic for a while playing with the other fellows. I'd count them over and repeat their nicknames, and I'd recall the games we used to play. It was the doctor and the nurse that pulled my wife through, but I guess it was your big attic that saved me. They sat moist-eyed for a minute, and then he added, I shouldn't wonder if those rainy days were pretty tough on you, though. Prestige won? Yes, and something better as well. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Presence of God. Some of us have grown up to motherhood with the comforting sense of the presence of God and a consciousness of His care for us, and some of us have missed that sweet and strengthening influence in our lives. But it is doubtful whether there was ever a mother who, looking down on the beloved little one at her breast, did not feel a deep desire to be her very best and finest for the sake of the child who had been given her to rear. It makes one very humble to realize that she must for a long time be the fount from which he draws the nourishment for his mind and his soul, as well as for his body. It is true that in many cases this feeling of awed responsibility passes as the other cares of life press and crowd upon the mother. Perhaps it does not so much pass as become dormant for a time. But however that may be, there is nothing like motherhood to give us a glimpse of the way in which God watches His children on earth. One of whom the sense of God's presence has always been a vital thing wonders how other mothers dare hope to achieve the needed strength, vision, and patience without it. Yet such is the force of lifelong habit that many do, for a while at least. After the first wonder passes, and life for the newcomer seems to be merely a matter of food, rest, cleanliness, and warmth, proficiency in supplying these begets self-confidence and the custom of living in the present only. It is when the child is old enough to ask questions that a new element enters in, and certain decisions are forced upon the most worldly of mothers. You know what some of the questions are sure to be. Mama, who is God? Did He make me? Where does He live? Why do people say prayers to Him? Do you say prayers to Him? Why do the people at Edna's house say a little prayer always before they eat at the table? Why don't we do that? Doesn't He want us to do it too? Why don't I go to Sunday school every Sunday? Etc., etc. You see how these decisions are forced, and such is the power of tradition alone, quite apart from religious conviction, that many a mother who has never known what it is to walk by faith is careful to teach her children a short bedtime prayer, even if she goes no farther. Then there arises a peculiar situation. For how is one who has no faith to lead her trusting child to fellowship with one whom he longs to know better than she has known him? It is written in the Bible that a little child shall lead them, and perhaps one way in which the child does this is by asking to be led himself. We all want the best for our children. We want them to be better than we have been. We hope that they will never discover that we are faulty. Perhaps we had been carefully started right, but have taken the lower turn of the road once in a while. We want, oh, how we want to spare them such experiences. We have tried to ensure their uprightness by telling them in one way or another that they must always do the right thing, and that it is very naughty to be bad, and that children who do wrong always get caught at it in the end, as though a carefully cultivated sense of expectancy would ever hold young people to their moorings when the dark tides of restlessness, covetousness, and passion sweep strongly down upon them. The child who is most carefully reared in the nurture and admonition of the Lord may stray far from the fold for a time, but he will not be happy in the ways of sin, and he has something to return to for security. The man who is at the head of a chain of 50-odd missions in this country, and who has known what it is to raise himself, with God's aid, from the life of a common drunkard to a position of respect, influence, and consecrated power, says, "When a down and outer comes to us, we clean him up, feed him, see that he gets a good night's sleep, and then we get his history. If we find that he had religious training as a child, we know that we can save him. If not, well, we do the best we can, but we may succeed, and we may not." This little volume is not sent out as a religious publication. It is intended merely as a series of practical little essays which mothers may care to peruse from time to time when perhaps they feel like taking counsel with an older woman who has many times met the same problems which now confront them. The older woman in this case makes no apology for introducing the subject of religion, even to one who might prefer not to discuss it. There is this advantage to saying these things on the printed page, that if the reader is displeased, she can straightway lay down the book without violating any code of good manners. But the reader will not leave this short essay unread. If she lays it down, she will take it up again, because she loves her child, and wishes to do her best by him. She may do well by him, may sacrifice herself to the utmost, but she cannot do her best if she leaves God out of the reckoning. If she does not feel that she can lead where she is unaccustomed to go, then she and her child must learn the way together. It will be a sweet experience for them both. Children's prayers must be comprehensible to the children, else they become but vain repetitions. There are some objections to always using the same prayer, unless that prayer has so grown out of the child's own needs and desires as to mean a great deal to him. A prayer that has been slowly and carefully framed by the child and his mother may be used year after year without becoming trite. With such a prayer, there is always the possibility of adding to it as new needs develop. Unorthodox as it may seem to say so, the time-honored "Now I lay me down to sleep" is not so well adapted in its thought as in the length of its words to the needs of a child. If you will analyze the thought, you will realize this, and it seems a pity to use it because previous generations have done so, if the use means robbing the child's sweetly solemn bedtime hour of its deepest significance. Here is the story of one prayer, framed years ago by a mother and her 2 sons of 6 and 8, who had been accustomed to simple, extemporaneous prayers each night. The boys suddenly decided that they would like a prayer that sounded like poetry, but would be their very own poetry. So their mother promised to help them, but said that before they wrote it out, they must think carefully about it and be sure just what things they should pray for. So for at least a fortnight, there were tablet and paper kept in the boys' room, and each night, as they discussed the experiences of the day and saw where they had failed, or talked over the coming night and day and realized their needs, the mother made notes for later use. Before she cast them into verse, They went over the notes together, and found where half a dozen or so faults were all the result of want of thought, or several others came from lack of courage. So by skillful and well-considered generalizing, it became possible to condense. One boy, to whom the imagery of the shepherd's psalm had come to mean a great deal, asked that there should be something about a shepherd in the prayer, and after it was written and in use, one of the boys asked that something in regard to truthfulness of word and action should be added to it for his especial benefit, he feeling that the mere allusion to evil speech, which was already there, was hardly adequate. It was then that the fourth stanza was written and inserted. In order to vary the repetition slightly, and guard against it becoming mechanical, it was sometimes repeated entire by mother and sons together, and sometimes one or the other repeated the first 3 lines of each stanza, while the others united in the fourth, somewhat after the manner of a litany. This is the prayer. Dear Lord of earth and starlit sky, we thank thee thou art ever nigh, to hear us as we humbly cry, to thee, to keep thy children. We thank thee for our day so blessed, we thank thee for the coming rest, as tired lambs on their shepherd's breast, now take thy little children. Forgive us for the wrong we wrought, for evil speech and want of thought. O grant to us the pardon sought, dear Lord, forgive thy children. Teach thou our lips to speak thy praise, and truthful words throughout our days. May we be honest in our ways, O strengthen thou thy children. Guard us all through the darkening night, and when we waken in the light, help us be brave to do the right, O strengthen thou thy children. Another prayer was compiled from scripture verses by the mother of the little lad who objected to using the Lord's Prayer because it did not have the meaning for him that he felt he wanted. We adults seldom realize how difficult of comprehension the language of our own most treasured prayer is for children. Perhaps they lose something of its simple grandeur and dignity by having to translate it into their own vocabulary when they learn it too young. You will note that a similar difficulty in regard to the 2 great commandments of our law has been met in the following prayer by dropping the phraseology while retaining the thought. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Keep the door of my lips. Help me to love God and my fellow men, and to do unto others as I would that they should do unto me. Clear thou me from hidden faults. Let the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God, my strength and my Redeemer. This prayer has more dignity than the preceding one. It would be less quickly outgrown. In fact, it need never be outgrown, and one can easily imagine how, in the crisis of afterlife, it would rise simply and naturally to the lips in either private or public prayer. Any prayer which is a vital part of the child's thought and life is bound to recur to him in later years. Though, if it is in the form of simple verses, it may never be spoken before others. It is a comforting thought that, when we are not near to aid them with our spoken faith and counsel, we may yet strengthen our children in their hours of trial as they recall the prayers which we have offered with them to the God who is our stay as well as theirs. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When the children are grown. There is a period in the lives of most mothers during which they are usually considered to be most fortunate and to be congratulated. and yet when they are secretly miserable. It is when the last child has left the home, and is either married or well launched on a successful business career. Then when the happy fruition of all her years of loving care and anxiety is come, she suddenly feels purposeless, useless, unneeded. She is tired, and so the world seems a bit less cheerful on that account. She has to readjust her life altogether. If she has a devoted husband with a fair amount of leisure, they may renew their youth and travel, making an Indian summer play spell of the opportunity, and then settling down to an elderly Darby and Jones sort of existence. If she is a widow, she has no such refuge. When Andrew Carnegie uttered his wise remark concerning men who had much to retire on but nothing to retire to, he stated a truth which applies equally well to women who find themselves suddenly possessed of unwonted leisure. The pathetic thing about this condition of affairs is that women of this age have had so much of developing experience that they are most valuable assets to their communities. If they can only tide over the period of loneliness and depression, one of the best parts of their lives lies ahead. In the olden days, a woman of 40 wore caps, mumbled her food, read through unsightly and imperfectly fitted glasses, and generally led a chimney-corner existence. And now, as a dear old foreign woman said, it is quite other again. Opportunities are everywhere about for useful and happy service. Eyesight, hearing, and general health should be equal to many demands, and thanks to the women's movement, more and more women are availing themselves of them. Many, but not all. The trouble with most of us is that we do not foresee the contingency. We are of necessity so concerned with daily cares that small margin is left for considering our own future, unless it be in the imperative matter of financial security. That is not often overlooked. There is a difference, however, between making a living and making a life, and it is better to consider both. And there is usually some margin of time for thinking, even if there is none for reading. Of the two, thinking is much the more important, you know. Herbert Spencer used to say that he had never read much, but that he had thought a great deal. The learned blacksmith Burritt, who mastered so many languages while working his bellows beside the forge, did not have to answer questions from his children while there. The odds are still in favor of the men in some matters regarding which no amount of legislation will ever avail. The odds are equally in favor of the women in others. It is better to count our mercies and avail ourselves of them. There are other things than languages which are a means of growth, and one tongue is enough for a woman in most cases. It is to a great extent a question of management. Women need avocations as much as other people. The great question is the finding of suitable ones and the opportunity to pursue them. One extremely busy woman faced the fact that she was losing her ability as a pianist, acquired under fine tuition before her marriage, and she felt that such waste was wrong. She considered her days carefully, and resolved to take 20 minutes immediately after breakfast for her piano. She felt that there might be days when she could afford more, but that much she would have, and she would have it early enough in the day to make the most of it. And when there were still hours enough remaining in which she could speed up if necessary to atone for the time taken. She succeeded, and when her home cares began to lessen, she became known as the finest accompanist in the large city where she dwelt, besides being a solo player of no mean ability. Another woman, a writer, secured the morning time, so imperative for the best brain work, by rising at 4 and having 2 fresh and uninterrupted hours to herself before the family were astir. Then the desk was closed for the day, and she became a simple homemaker. Her lost sleep was compensated for by a slightly earlier bedtime and a good nap when the man of the house was downtown, and the older housekeepers were also napping, and before the school children returned from the afternoon session. This could hardly have been kept up the year round, but it answered very well for weeks at a time when a long manuscript was under way. She was successful, and the money earned enriched life for her and her family, yet perhaps the money was the less important part of what she won. One woman, who had always longed for and never had a chance to do laboratory work in biology, arranged for one day a week away from home for a few months, leaving after the children were in school and returning in time to have her supper at home, while an elderly woman took her place as house mother most efficiently. She spent these days in a nearby small college, working with a student tutor to get a significant start in biology, to continue intelligently at home. There is practically always a way in which to manage an avocation if one cares enough about doing it. Of course, we must pay for the privilege in some way, but who begrudges paying for a valuable and coveted possession? We may pay in fatigue of one sort, only to be reimbursed by the rest of a mental charge. We may have to expend a little money which was formerly spent on far less important luxuries. We may have to create the time by simplifying or systemizing our work. What of it? We shall eventually be of more value to ourselves, our families, and our communities if we choose our avocation discreetly and pursue it moderately. There is small danger of our letting our avocations crowd the children aside. Mothers are not apt to do that, but part of the compact that a woman makes with herself at the outset should be to guard against this happening. To be a perfect mother to growing children does not necessarily imply being with them or engaged in manual labor for them all the time. An expert Sunday school worker used to say that he never yet found an ideal superintendent who spent 52 Sundays a year in his own school. The man who did that lacked vision. He never had the chance to see how the other man did it, and he became a routine worker. The children must always be the first interest of all of us, but they should never be the exclusive one. If we have to give thought to the future income, we must choose an avocation which, when mastered, may be made a source of revenue. There are many such, and the time to do our experimenting in a small way and to make preparation generally is before the present income dwindles, or before the expenditures expand under the requirements of educational and other expense for our families. Sometimes the mother's avocation is one in which her children can participate, like poultry raising, wood carving, or beekeeping. Sometimes it is an accomplishment which enriches the home life. Sometimes it is systematic reading and study which makes the student more interesting and valuable to all with whom she comes in contact. The great thing is to choose wisely and as early as possible, and then to work steadily, even though slowly, towards the chosen end. The woman who does this finds herself with a compensation ready when her fledglings leave the nest. She has kept her faculties alert. She has won some proficiency in her chosen field, and she knows precisely where she can most profitably expend the new leisure which is hers. After all, no matter how dear our children may be, how devoted our husbands, how delightful our friends, every woman must face the fact that life is a succession of readjustments and shiftings, and that she has only one companion ever with her from the cradle to the grave, herself. She must have resources within herself which will keep her busy, contented, and purposeful, regardless of the inevitable changes around her. No matter how lavishly or joyously she gives herself to others, she must keep her principle unimpaired while she expends the interest. else there will be a day of bankruptcy and reckoning involving others as well as herself. If in time of emergency she has to borrow from the principal by spending to the utmost of strength and ability for the home, she must ultimately, and as soon as possible, pay it back to herself, also for the sake of the home. This is consecrated good sense, and requires no apology. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Living with Our Children by Clara D. Pierson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interpreting life. How one's problems do grow with the children. It seems quite overwhelming when one first has the responsibility of bathing the baby. There is the anxious concern as to the temperature of the room and the water, the apprehension as to, well, call it technique, the unspoken feeling that all that rose-leaf skin, those exquisitely molded little limbs, are too fragile safely to endure the ministrations of an inexperienced young mother. And where, oh where, did the tiny vest vanish to? When the mystery of the bath is quite mastered, and has become comfortable matter of course, although still delightful, the feeling of having arrived is soon dispelled by some new contingency, and the mother again finds herself a novice. The proper care of a little body is soon associated with the care of the unfolding mind, and that with the care of the child's soul. Teachers come and teachers go, but the parents are the most constant and intimate companions of the small pupil, and, even if they take no hand in the engrossing perplexities of the 3 R's, theirs is still the major part of the early education. There is so much of prime importance to be learned outside of books. If this strikes you as too sweeping a statement, just reflect for a moment on the healthful and independent lives led by millions who have never conned a book. Such a life as that would satisfy neither the reader nor the writer of this volume, yet it satisfies those who live it, and it is a life. There would be no life whatever if people knew only what is taught in our schools, excellent as those schools may be, and extensive as the curricula have become in many places. It is such reflections as these which help us to appreciate the importance of the work we do in bringing up our children, and to feel it worthwhile. And then there are so many other things to learn besides those which are essential to the maintenance of life and health. They are the interesting things, those which, while we are considering food for thought, may well be mentioned as the jam upon our bread. It is worthwhile to introduce our children early to the beautiful and fascinating, even if quite amateur, study and observation of nature and art. Nature should rank first, partly because it is the foundation of all art, partly because it is more universal in its appeal, and partly, one may as well admit, because no man owns the landscape, and rich and poor may grow wise alike in the great university of out-of-doors, where the only tuition fee extracted is the time which the student must give. If such studies were but accomplishments, they would still be worthwhile as such to all but those of city slums who seem doomed to spend their weary lives on pavements and between brick walls. But they are far more than accomplishments. They are prophylactics for both mind and body. Mrs. Wiggins Jabe Slocum was quite right in deploring the ignorance of those city waifs who had strayed to his farm home, when he said, "Ignorance of them children is something terrible. They don't know slippery ellum, nor where the birds put up when it comes night. The way them children's education has been left be is a burnin' shame in a Christian country." Minister, priest, and rabbi have their part to play in the development of the young soul, yet long before their formal instruction in things spiritual can begin, the child is kneeling beside his mother or father, or better still, with his mother and father, to lisp his short prayer of praise and petition. It is the parents who must take the child to church, who are his sponsors in baptism, and who must answer, as best they can, his first wondering questions as to the making of the world and the ordering of its life. If we realized all this at the outset, should we dare to assume these sweet and extracting duties? Are we ever equipped at the outset to do so? No, twice no, but we learn to do by doing. If ever the student had a worthy incentive to consecrated effort, it is the parent, and we learn as we lead. He was right who wrote, "How strange it is that our strongest instincts lead us to our most rigorous training. There is no education like it. We receive as much as we give in this blessed relationship of parent and child. We wax strong in patience, sympathy, and 100 other virtues, large and small, even though we fail and stumble and fall to rise again. We have to rise, for is not our child expecting us to? Ours it is to interpret life for the children whom we have given to us. We begin with life as we have known it, young, inexperienced, careless as we may be, our thought vocabularies equal to only the simplest translations. And we find, from time to time, that we are not properly equipped for our work. We must study to keep ahead of our charges, and often, very often, if we would not lead astray, we must humbly and earnestly consult the great authority. So as the busy, anxious, happy years pass, our children grow in strength and in wisdom under our leadership. But who can say how much we learn from them, for them, and with them? The End. End of chapter 34. End of Living with Our Children, a book of little essays for mothers by Clara Dillingham PIERSON.